Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission for Wednesday, February 26th, 2025. So the first thing I want to do is welcome our newest commissioner, Commissioner Kevin G. here, who will be joining us for a 4-year term. And with that, Ms. Dow, could you call the roll, please?
Chair Chang.
Here.
Vice Chair Egan.
Here.
Commissioner Heckman.
Here.
Commissioner G.
Here.
Commissioner Peterson.
Here.
Commissioner Suma. Here. We have a quorum.
Okay, so our next order of business is public comment. So this is if anybody has something that they would like to say regarding an item that is not on the agenda. If you have a comment for items that are on the agenda, there'll be time for that later on. Do we have any speaker cards or raised hands online?
I have no requests to speak.
Okay, great. Next, we move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Anything?
None.
Great, thank you. Okay, so then city official reports. I don't know if we have a transportation report or not.
We don't have anything to report from transportation, but I can share from planning in terms of upcoming meetings.
Perfect, thank you, Ms. Armour.
We'll get the 2-page PowerPoint up. All right. Switch to the next sheet. And so just a quick update on our upcoming Planning and Transportation Commission meetings. We have 2 meetings scheduled in March. On the 12th, we anticipate bringing a PHZ zoning for 660 University Avenue back for your review, and a discussion and draft language for the El Camino Real focus area. And then on the 26th, currently we have agendized the parking program update. And a little bit of a update on the meetings that we have had with council recently. So on the next slide, earlier this week, February 24th, City Council accepted your recommendation on the comprehensive plan and housing element progress reports. So we can go to the next slide.
Yeah,
The computer just died.
Okay. Well, verbally, I can let you know that on Monday they did accept that as recommended by the PTC at your November 13th meeting. That's the annual progress reports for the comprehensive plan and housing element. And then upcoming on March 3rd, this coming Monday, we do anticipate a discussion of the AHIP zoning regulations, municipal code amendments as recommended by the Planning and Transportation Commission on December 17th of last year. That concludes my report, but if you have any questions, I am available.
I don't have questions, but just wanted to let the commission know that now that we have a full cohort of commissioners, I'm going to be working with Ms. Dow to update our council liaison assignments. So if there's a particular month or timing that you know that doesn't work well for you, please let me know. I'm going to do that in time for the next packet. Okay. So then we're on to our first action item. This is the public hearing that's quasi-judicial for 4335 and 4345 El Camino Real. It's a recommendation on the applicant's request for approval of a vesting tentative map to allow for a condominium subdivision to create 8 units on a 17,406 square foot parcel and 21 units on a 41,370 square foot parcel. So do we have first we should do disclosures for this. So why don't we start with Commissioner Heckman, and then we'll just go on down the line to see if we have any disclosures regarding this project.
No disclosures.
I'd like to disclose that I did a site visit with Commissioner Suma earlier this week.
No disclosures?
No disclosures.
Ditto on Commissioner G.
No disclosure.
Thank you, everyone. Do we have a staff report for this? Great, thank you, Ms. Callis.
I'll go ahead and pull up the PowerPoint now. Okay. Good evening. My name is Emily Callis, and I am the project planner for 4345 through 4445 El Camino Real. This is the vesting tentative map for this project. The project request is for 2 single-lot subdivisions to create 8 condominium units on the existing 17,400 square foot parcel at 4335 El Camino Real, which is on the left side of the image shown on this slide, and 21 condo units at the 41,370 square foot parcel at 4345 El Camino Real, which is the one on the right, for a total of 29 condominium units. The existing parcels are code compliant as they are existing because the CS Commercial Service Zoning District does not have a minimum lot size or minimum dimension requirements. And the proposed parcels are also in conformance with this. The condominium subdivision requires private streets per PAMC Title 21 requirements regarding the number of units proposed, and the private streets proposed meet the minimum street width, 26 feet paved within a 32-foot wide access easement. These are the vesting tentative map findings for reference. The explanation of how these meet these findings is in the staff report. One item to note is that all of these findings are made in the negative. So for example, the first one is the proposed map is not consistent with the applicable general and specific plans. Of course, it is consistent and it is required to be consistent. This project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act in accordance with guideline 15332, otherwise known as a class 32 exemption for infill development. And the staff recommends that the PTC recommend approval of the tentative map to City Council based on the findings and subject to conditions of approval. The applicants are also present to answer any questions. Thank you.
Is there an applicant presentation? Yes, okay, please. Come on up and state your name.
Austin Lynn. Yeah, okay.
Waiting for a presentation, right?
No slides.
Oh, no slides. Okay, yeah, go ahead and, yeah, introduce yourself. You already said that you're Austin Lynn, Mr. Lynn.
Okay. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Austin Lynn, a development manager for Summerhill Homes. For those of you who aren't familiar with Summerhill, we're a local residential developer based in San Ramon. Since 1976, we've built more than 7,000 homes in the Bay Area. We pride ourselves on the quality of our homes and the communities that we build. Before I begin, I'd like to say thank you to our project planner, Emily Callis, and to planning manager, Claire Rabel, for the work they put into reviewing our project. Emily and Claire have been excellent to work with, and we thank them very much for their responsiveness and professionalism. As explained in the staff report, Summerhill is proposing to develop 29 new townhome-style condominiums on a 1.35 acre site at 4335 and 4345 El Camino. The project will comply with the city's affordable housing ordinance by providing 4 homes on site for moderate income families, plus a fractional in lieu fee. The project will also comply with the city's energy reach code. The project will be all electric. Every building will have a solar energy system, and every garage will be wired for a level 2 EV charger. As explained in the staff report, the project was reviewed through the city's streamlined housing development review process, which means that the architecture and the improvements have already been approved. Tonight's hearing specifically about the vesting tentative map and the draft findings in attachment B of the staff report. As explained in attachment B, the tentative map satisfies all the required findings. The site is suitable for the project, and the map is consistent with the comprehensive plan, the housing element, and the zoning code. For the reasons outlined in the staff report, we respectfully request your recommendation of approval tonight for the proposed tentative map. With me here this evening are John Hickey, Vice President of Development for the project, Kevin Ibrahimi, our Senior VP of Development, and Ryan Hansen, the Civil Engineer for the project. Thank you for your consideration, and we'd be happy to answer your questions.
That's it? Okay. So before we ask for broader commission clarifying questions, Ms. Callis, I wanted to ask if you could show that map as to what the parcel actually is, because the map on packet page 16 is a little bit inaccurate, and so it just might be helpful for members of the public, especially regarding the public comments that we received about a connecting bike path, could see what the parcels actually look like.
Yes, in our city GIS software, it highlights this remainder parcel. It's not a remainder parcel. It is a part of the PC subdivision that was done when the condos that are across Cesano Court were built. And so the subject parcels are parcel 1 and parcel 3 as shown here, and do not include parcel 1B and 1A.
Sorry, so which one's 1B and which one's 1A?
This one, the one on the left and slightly lower is 1A, and the one at the top is 1B.
Okay, so I just wanted to note for members of the public that if you were looking at the packet, on packet page 16, there is a location map for the two parcels, and it shows parcels 1A and 1B as being part of parcel 3, and it is not. And I wanted to highlight this because we received a couple of public comments asking about making a bike lane connection through parcel 1B, and because it is not part of this project's parcels, that's not a decision that we can make with respect to this project. Okay, so are there other clarifying questions for the commission before we go to public comment? Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. Just one. So what's in front of us tonight is a vesting tentative map. What's not in front of us is the streamlined housing development review approval, which is a separate process. And I was wondering if staff could just illuminate us a little bit on sort of where that line is so that we stay in our lane tonight.
The streamlined housing approval covers the architectural review effectively of the units, and there are separate findings that application was required to make. And so this evening, the PTC is exclusively looking at the findings for the vesting tentative map.
Thank you.
Any other? Oh, yep, we have one from Vice Chair Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. Just following up for the benefit of the other commissioners on the questions we talked about at the pre-meeting, did we ever find condition of approval number 4?
It is a typo for those to be misnumbered. It goes from 3A through L, and then the next one was numbered 5, but it is condition number 4, and that has been corrected for when this goes to City Council.
Good.
So there is no missing condition of approval, but we can refer to them as numbered in the packet if there is any discussion or questions about them.
Good. That's the resolution I think we all expected, but it's nice to have it confirmed. And I had asked about the daily trip count increase. Did you resolve the difference there? And what's the outcome?
The categorical exemption includes an analysis of the trips that are anticipated for this project. The total net new daily trips is 76 new trips. However, the peak hour number of trips is much lower numbers. It's between -1 to +5, depending on kind of how you break it down.
Okay. Thank you. That's all for me.
Commissioner Peterson?
Thank you. Just a quick question, because I'm new. I think I can probably ask a couple of the new questions here is, so the lot 1B that's adjacent, what's I mean, I understand that we can't work on that one, but just out of curiosity, what's the rule that, is it not owned by the same owner? Okay. Is it a city lot?
No, it's part of 440 Cesano. I don't know how to say it. So it actually belongs, and I'm assuming that that's because when that property was developed, which is also a PC, that's when that street was made that cut through their property. So they have these two little sections that are on the other side of the street.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, seeing no further clarifying questions, we'll move to public comment. Ms. Dow, are there any speaker cards or raised hands? Not for this item. Okay, that makes it easy. So then back to the commission. Go ahead.
Do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, no, I don't think we do. So, we do have a question, it turns out. Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to see if there's any public comment first. So it appears that had Summerhill been of a mind to, and incidentally, it's your project that is rising on West Bay Shore?
Yes, it is, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, and I think it's terrific. It's looking great.
Thank you.
I
We
remember
do
when it
too.
was before us, and I'm happy to have you back in town to, propose another one of your products. Because in my experience, Summerhill does great work. So
Thank you very much.
glad to have you back before us. This particular site, it looked like the land use designations would allow as many as 43 units. You've settled on 29. And I just was curious to hear, your thoughts about how you arrived at your configuration instead of a greater density.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm John Hickey. I'm VP of Development for Summerhill. That's really because in order to go denser than the 29 units that we're proposing, you really need to go to a totally different product type. You're essentially talking about stacked condominiums, which are much more expensive to build. They also have a number of other issues in terms of being able to get financing for them. So that simply wasn't feasible for us. And the other thing I would mention too, and I think you're going to see this already with the project that you mentioned in West Bay Shore, it's a very, very popular type of housing especially for buyers who wouldn't be able to buy a single family detached home in Palo Alto, but want 3 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms and to live like it's a little bit more like their own home. And so it's, as I say, it's a very attractive type of housing, and we really get a great response from the buyers.
Thank you for that. And I did have another question for staff.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So the BMRs that are proposed, 4 of them plus a fractional in lieu fee. What is the affordability level for those? I'm sorry if I missed it in your oral report.
Yes, I don't have that information off the top of my head, so I will look that up right now.
I actually am able to answer that if you'd like.
Please.
They're moderate income, so it's a mix of between 80 to 100% of AMI and then 100 to 120% of AMI.
Okay, all right. So if that's, one staff concurs with that, then I think that is something that gets cleaned up in on packet page 18 in the record of land use action, which has different figures. So if you just clean that up moving forward to the council.
Noted, thank you.
I did have, sorry, I'm kind of going in the weeds here a little bit, but I did have a technical question for Mr. Yang, if he's available. Good evening, Mr. Yang. So looking at the, let's see, record of land use approval, I'm just curious about different language about final map expiration. So if we look in condition number 7, which is now really 6, it says the T-map is 2 years and you can have a 1-year extension. When we go down to section 7, which is on packet page 23, it also says, I think, that that the T-map is for 2 years, but then it says there can be extensions to the maximum limit set forth in the Subdivision Map Act. So is the Map Act maximum extension 1 year? Or is there a possible inconsistency between these two provisions that you might need to clean up?
Yeah, that's an inconsistency. The MAP Act does allow for greater extensions, and we'll probably get rid of that duplicate condition earlier on.
Okay, thank you. One more question for Ms. Callis. There wasn't really, in the staff report, which I thought was very good, there wasn't really a reference to any open space requirements. Is that something we need to be concerned about? Is that perhaps part of the process that we're not dealing with?
Yes, the open space was reviewed as a part of the streamlined housing review. It is, I would need to check. There were waivers associated with this project, but I don't recall if open space was one of them. There is common open space provided on both parcel 1 and parcel 3 for the use of the residents.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now, Chair.
Okay. So yes, do other commissioners have questions or comments about the project? Please light it up. Commissioner Suma.
Hi, thank you for the report and thank you for your presentation. And I have just one question. I know that all the trees associated with this property are going to be removed and many will be replanted. But there's one, and by and large, they're not the biggest trees. But there is one very big cedar tree that is not, it's tree 16. And to staff, I could not find the arborist report to see if there was any health reason or safety reason this tree was going to be removed. Tree 16 is the big cedar tree and it's kind of on the edge.
Would it be possible to pull it up so that we can see on the map where it is? It might help Commissioner Suma.
So I brought up the wrong. Anyway, I'm just wondering if it's possible to save that tree as it is in the roadway, since it is such a grand, huge tree.
The simple fact is, well, first of all, that was already addressed in the streamlined review. But I will tell you that no, because of the location, you wouldn't be able to get fire access.
Okay, so it blocks fire access? Yeah. Okay. Is there any possibility of, there's one tree, I forget what number it is, but it's the largest camphor tree, and it's in the, I'll say for simplicity, the southwest corner. That would be that tree actually has a larger canopy, but a smaller diameter. If there's any chance of saving that tree, because it's really great that you're replacing all the trees and planting so many, but they'll be very small compared to what's there. But if it impedes access for turning radius, I understand that.
Yeah, and again, I'll let staff speak to this, but as she mentioned earlier, all of those issues were addressed in the streamlined environmental review.
Okay.
So that's not, my understanding is that's not part of this evening's conversation.
No,
But-
I understand that it's not. I just since I couldn't find an arborist report, I didn't know if there was any possibility of, with a slight rethink, saving that one big tree.
No,
But-
unfortunately, these sites, they're so complicated because of the utilities, because of the grading, because of the roadways, because of the homes, that even though it might look on a 2D piece of paper like it's feasible, we went through and we realized that we weren't going to be able to save any of these trees on site.
Okay, thank you very much for
But I
that.
appreciate the question.
Okay, thank you so much.
Other commissioner comments or questions? Then I think we could take a motion, yeah. No, I think that's Commissioner Heckman's light, right? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, if there are no further commission comments, then I would move the staff recommendation with the modifications to the record of land use approval noted during our discussion with staff.
I'll second that.
Would we like to discuss the motion at all? Maybe the fastest motion ever. Okay, so I don't see, oh, I do see a light from Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. So I'd like to ask about the AMI. For this structure, it's set at 80%. And I'm just curious why we're at 80%. And the reason why I raised the question is I think it's appropriate. The city staff is voting right now around the corner for their new contract. And so the way I understand it is that a large percentage of city staff wouldn't be able to afford an 80% AMI apartment. And so I just wanted to raise that question because I actually don't know if we have a large stock of sub 80% or if this is adding to 80%. And so I just wanted to raise that issue and just give it some time.
Thank you for that question. I'll go ahead and jump in. This isn't really something that's applicable to the application that's before you right now. So I'll recommend that we kind of table further discussion of those details to another time. I have been speaking with the chair about having a retreat for the opportunity for the Planning and Transportation Commission to get together to discuss some different items. Some of the new rules in regards to housing is one of the potential discussion items there. And so it may be that that's a more appropriate time for us to discuss and share information with you.
So that's a good point. So I did ask around a little bit beforehand on that. And, I heard that sometimes there's tiered AMIs and things like that. So what's the reason why on this one, it's not appropriate to raise the question and for discussion?
The affordability level of the units is not being determined as part of this tentative map application.
Okay.
More specifically, the affordability levels are set by the state density bonus law, which is what this project is streamlined under.
Fantastic. Is that in the packet?
The streamlined housing application process applies to housing projects that are utilizing state density bonus law. And it should say that in the report, but I
Yeah.
don't.
Thank you.
But also that would have been part of the reports as part of the review for the buildings
Thank you.
themselves, rather than the subdivision.
But it's enough for just that I raise the question. It's on the record. So if council sees it, they can know. Thank you.
Yes, the minutes will be provided.
Thank you.
And Chair, before we vote, I just want to clarify for the record that this project, the affordability rate isn't all 80% or below. Instead, it's as stated at packet page 10, in the range of 80 to 120%. So I just didn't want, we're about to vote on this, everybody. And so I wanted to make sure that all of and I think staff has explained that piece isn't really for us, but it's included in the staff report. And so I just wanted, as this goes forward, and I think actually the applicant also clarified somewhat in their responses to one of my questions. But that's the project that is passing through. And we've got the vested tentative map part of that tonight.
Correct. Thank you for that clarification because there's multiple steps in the process. And so there's a different step that got streamlined reviewed, through staff approval. And now because of the way our ordinances are written, vesting tentative maps need to receive the recommendation for approval from the PTC. And so that's why we're doing kind of this small piece of it. And again, for clarification, Ms. Callis, I think you were going to confirm if it was 80 to 100 and 100 to 120, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's
Okay.
80 to 120.
80 to, so it's not two tiers, it's 80 to 121.
So it should be two tiers. 2/3 of the units are have a max of 100% AMI and 1/3 of the units at 120.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Yang. I hope that answers your question, Commissioner Heckman. Great. So does anybody else want to discuss this motion further, or are we ready to take a vote? I don't see lights. So Ms. Dow, could you go ahead and take a vote?
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Peterson,
Aye.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
motion carries 6-0.
Great. All right, thank you. So that concludes this item, and we'll move on to the next item. So our next item, action item, is also a quasi judicial item. It's for 70 Encina Avenue, and it's a recommendation on the applicant's request to rezone the subject property and an adjacent vacant parcel to a planned community zone, to demolish a surface parking lot, and to construct a new 3-story, 19,035 square foot building with 10 residential condo units. So again, I need to ask for disclosures, and we'll just start with Commissioner Heckman again.
I've driven by this site many times, most recently probably in the last week. I haven't met or spoken with anyone about it since before our last meeting on this matter.
I'd like to disclose that I met with the architect and the developer, and also have been to the site numerous times, probably in the last week as well.
No disclosures?
No disclosures.
No disclosures.
I walk by the site probably every other week or every week, but that's all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Callis, do you have a staff report for us?
Yes. This is the staff presentation for the 70 Encina Avenue Planned Home Zoning PHZ project. This is a planned home zoning or planned community process project, which means it has gone through several hearings before tonight. That began with a city council pre-screening in September of 2022. The project that was presented at that time was substantially different than the one that was formally submitted under the PHZ process. And so there was a preliminary architectural review board in December of 2023 to get some initial feedback before submitting their formal application in March of last year. The PTC previously reviewed the 10-unit development on September of 2024, followed by architectural review hearings in November and February. The ARB recommended approval, and now it is before the PTC for a recommendation before the next step, which would be City Council. This map shows the proposed location of the project. It is on two properties that are separately owned from the rest of the Town and Country Shopping Center. It is also not included in the required parking for the Town and Country Shopping Center at this time. The other nearby amenities in the neighborhood include the Palo Alto Medical Foundation and other offices. The Opportunity Center is also on Encina, and this site is within half a mile of the Palo Alto Caltrain station and near the access gate to the bike path. The proposed project includes 10 condominium units with garages in a 3-story building organized around a central driveway. 2 of these units will be affordable, provided at below market rates to 80 to 100% AMI. As a planned home zoning project, it is asking for different development standards than would normally be required in the CC2 zoning district. This includes 1.57 FAR, where 1.25 is allowed. I did want to note that the prior PTC report and other reports had the FAR as 1.8. The design did not change. However, it came to our attention that the garages were being included in the FAR, and per the zoning code, garages are not included in the FAR. 58% lot coverage where 50% is required, a 0-foot rear setback where 10 feet is normally required for residential uses. The usable open space provided varies between 79 square feet and 155 square feet. This is for second floor deck areas that face the central courtyard. The normal requirement for multifamily use is 150 square feet per unit, and no minimal ground level landscaping is provided where 30% is required. There are perimeter planters, but these do not meet the minimum dimensions for open space. This is an overview of the site plan and upper floors. It's a total of 3 stories. Again, the 10 units are arranged around the central driveway that provides the access to the garages. This shows the front elevation, which faces Encina, and the rear elevation, which faces the Town and Country Shopping Center. And these are the 2 side elevations with the upper one facing the driveway, the shopping center parking lot driveway entrance, and then the lower one facing towards the other side of the parking lot. Key considerations for the PTC this evening include the application's consistency with the findings, comprehensive plan and zoning code, which is summarized in the staff report and attachments, the site development regulations being proposed, which differ from the standard requirements, the public benefit and affordable units provided, and the relationship between the Town and Country Shopping Center and this development. This project was streamlined under CEQA guideline 15183, which is consistency with the community plan, in this case, the comprehensive plan EIR, and therefore the mitigation measures from the comprehensive plan EIR are applicable to this project. We've received a number of public comments. Ellis Partners, the operators of the Town and Country Shopping Center, have been very involved throughout the process. Most recently, their public comment letter included advocating for a more collaborative approach to housing in this area. And we've also received other letters of support. So the staff recommends that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the project to the City Council based on the findings and subject to conditions of approval. This concludes my presentation, and the applicants also have a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could ask the applicants to come up and introduce themselves. You'll have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Jeffrey Galbraith. I'm a principal at Hayes Group Architects and excited to be back in front of you again and to follow up on this project. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk again tonight. So as Emily just gave us the overview generally of the project, I wanted to take you through a little bit more detail. Jump ahead in the presentation here. I have to do this two-handed. So as you mentioned, we were before you back in September of last year. And since then, we've been back to the ARB twice and obtained approval to move forward. And we're excited to be back here again. So I thought I'd start just by reviewing some of the key comments we heard from you last in September. So the four most salient points were first, pretty much universal opposition to the bulb outs we had suggested in the street last time around as a way to provide additional space for electrical service to the project, as well as some additional street trees. The second concern was about the front entry gate and more so just sort of vehicular circulation in and out of the courtyard, and particularly the units up front. There was also interest in seeing a vision of what this development might become a part of, right, in the future, as it would be the first residential development on the south side of Encina Avenue. And fourth, it would be nice to see additional landscaping to soften the project exterior. So you can see here the plan on the left is what you saw back in September, and on the right is what we're proposing now. Pretty much the identical unit plans and project layout. Really, the difference is what you see in the public right of way, right outside of the sidewalk. So before in the top image, you can see there the bulb outs, and in the bottom is now the proposed plans, which return that street edge to its current condition, which is parallel street parking along both sides of Encina Avenue. And we were able to get back to this through a lot of extensive collaboration and cooperation with the Electrical Utilities Department, who were great in helping us come to the conclusion with our engineers that now that we're a smaller project, 10 units, the amount of power we need can be serviced by new pole-mounted transformers, and we don't need one of the big, large, right, in-your-face street-level transformers. We were thrilled about that. The next couple of slides show you studies from our civil engineer BKF, who set their team loose looking at, okay, do we have issues getting in and out of these garages? And so we had them do both an ingress and an egress analysis for both. In both cases, there's a little bit of 2-point or more in some cases adjustment, but nothing beyond what you would take usually getting in and out of a parking lot. And so this is the ingress and egress for the upper left unit, similar for the upper right. Each has its own right path to get in and out. And then again, the units that are in the rear. We came away from this feeling like there is definitely enough room there to get in and out, and they should be able to navigate the space. The third question was about development all along Encina, what it might become a part of. This is just a rough diagram showing you everything highlighted in blue, of course, is the full extent of the parking section that's along Encina. And the square that's in the middle is our parcel, or parcels that would be merged. We don't have it's not in our purview or our ability to design. We would love to design the whole thing back there. But what you can see here is that our parcels make up less than 20% of the total available area. And in the recent ARB hearings, we've heard from Ellis Partners about their interest in building, which we are thrilled about. There's a lot of space left there for them to develop projects that are 2 and 3 times the size of what we're doing. So we're thrilled to know that we might get more housing there sooner than we otherwise thought. The last comment was about landscape, and maybe the best way to go through that is just a brief sort of combining that with some of the other ARB comments that we heard since we came before you. And those can be summarized pretty well just in these 2 images. Again, up top is what you saw in September, and down below is the current proposal. A couple of key things should jump out. One is that at the ground level, the fences that used to be shown on the lot lines are gone. And so we've eliminated both the fence and the small trellis members that were on top of the frame elements. And it's small, but it actually does a lot to help the visual engagement of the project and the surroundings. It also makes the landscape, the green walls along the side of the building a lot more visible to be appreciated by passerbys, right? Another change is the units in the rear used to have sort of a reverse slope butterfly back towards Town and Country, presenting a taller facade. Those have been brought down to a flat roof to bring the scale down a little bit and just kind of soften the expression there. Let's see. And another comment that we heard at our first formal ARB hearing was just interest in really understanding what the project feels like and looks like from inside of Town and Country. If you're sitting there having a coffee, right, at a coffee shop, how does the building really feel? Will it overpower? Will it be too big, too tall? What will its character be like? And so we developed the rendering on the bottom. You can see the photo as the current situation exists. You're looking over the top of a 1-story portion of Town and Country, and on the bottom image where we're rendered in, you can see our project there. And we came away from this exercise, as did the ARB, feeling like the scale of the project is very appropriate to the area, to Town and Country. Its material palette expression does not try to mimic Town and Country in any ways. It's a different use and a different operation, but the materials palette and the general rhythm are compatible with Town and Country, which we care deeply about. Moving up to the second and third floors, these are the plans. Again, really haven't changed in any appreciable way. I think the only thing we've adjusted since you saw it last was maybe shifting of some windows to try and minimize the amount of visibility that can occur across that central courtyard between bedrooms. And I will wrap up just taking on a quick tour around the project. So this is the west corner seen from across the street of Encina. That's sort of the main approach towards the main entry. This is the side yards right now with the fences eliminated. There's a lot more visual access into what's going on there, sort of spatial engagement of the building with the surrounding, and with the trellis items eliminated, there's a lot more sunlight that will fall on the green walls there. This is moving around to I guess it's the east corner, looking at it from the service alley at the backside of Town and Country there on the left, coming around to the north corner again on the other side of Encina. And then moving towards the entry into the central courtyard and a couple of views from within that courtyard space. The materials palette, and back around to the front. So again, we're thrilled to be back. We're excited to see the project move forward, hopefully moving into approvals for the city council and construction drawings and getting shovels in the ground sooner than later. Happy to hear your commentary and answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, before we go to public comment, before we go to public comment and rebuttal, do you have any clarifying questions? Go ahead, Commissioner G.
Hello. I just wanted to clarify. I don't know if I'm supposed to. Can I also ask questions to staff as well? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So on packet page 35 at the bottom, I see that the rear setback is 7 inches, but on your slide, Ms. Callis, you had mentioned that the setback is 0 inches. I just want to clarify that.
It's 7 inches. I just rounded.
Okay. Cool. Thank you. Yeah, that was my main question. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, Commissioner Peterson?
Quick question on this one here, just I guess point of order is, on this one here, for questions relating to walkability to and from the site, are we constrained to just within the property lines?
Thank you for that question. The applicant does not have control beyond their property lines and any roadway improvements or sidewalk improvements that are required by our Public Works Department. So requiring any improvements beyond that generally doesn't have a nexus for requirement as part of the development.
Nexus, that's the question. Quick question on that is, so I saw the mitigation on the comprehensive plan for the EIR, and I'm not familiar with that one enough, but that's where I was wondering if that EIR, the mitigations that are applicable, if any of that includes walkability.
Thank you for that question. I can start. There are broader policies and implementation programs that definitely touch on walkability in the comprehensive plan. Many of those are actions that the city is going to do. For example, the bike and pedestrian master plan that is being updated and coming to you as part of the next item. And so then there are, as I said, sometimes improvements locally that are part of it. For a development of this size, there wouldn't be any mitigation measures going beyond the site in the immediate vicinity.
Is it helpful to know, because it's within this discussion, any walkability issues from here that then are these on the record for later on for discussion?
That would be helpful. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank
Commissioner G again?
Sorry, I forgot this question from earlier. But both in the packet as well as my recollection from the meeting on November 7th, whichever meeting the last that came to PTC, Commissioner Rectal asked about green space. Can you help me understand if there's been any green space additions between the last time it came before here?
There have not been any green space additions. The plan has remained as it is. One of the things to understand about the open space requirement is that it specifically precludes the use of space that is also used as a driveway to call that open space. And so we have with this kind of project a scenario where we have this courtyard in the middle, which we're doing a lot to make it a usable, beautiful space that functions for multiple things, but technically we can't count it towards open space.
All right, thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights, I have two quick questions. So I know that there were public comment concerns as well as past commission concerns around queuing. So nothing has changed for that other than the study that you you showed us, correct?
Yeah. Now, one thing that you could see, and this may be helpful a little bit to help alleviate that, is, and keeping in mind that it's a 10-unit project, right? Queuing is generally not going to be like you would have coming into a shopping center, right, at opening time or so forth. But in the current situation, even where it's street parking, there's about 8 or 10 feet, right, along the curb, which sort of belongs to the parallel parking zone. That in and of itself, where you can see it in the diagram below, a car is sort of turning in and it's about halfway in, it's able to get out of the way of ongoing traffic that might want to pass. So queuing isn't something we're concerned about given the scale of the project.
Okay. I just note that it's a pretty busy street with Panth and all that there. The other question that came up, I think here as well as in public comment, was about noise and the current commercial and restaurant uses that I guess on the backside of the property. And there were questions about, sound walls or what can be done. Could you talk to us about what you're doing to minimize those impacts on the residents?
Yeah, absolutely. So the California code that we have to design buildings to requires that we limit noise levels inside of spaces to a certain number of decibels. And it's a different number for an office space than it is for a residential unit. And so for any project like this, like many of those that we've done in downtown Palo Alto, Menlo Park, one of the first things that has to happen is we move into building permit phase is that we hire an acoustical engineer to go out and take measurements on site. So they'll actually leave sound recording devices on site to figure out not only how loud does this site get, but what are kind of the cycles throughout the day? What times is it loudest? I can tell you that from past projects, the loudest things tend to be the Caltrain, of course, right, when it comes by, as well as El Camino truck traffic, right, early in the morning when there's a lot of trucks moving through. Those tend to be the spikes. And so the acoustical engineer will take that data and they'll come back to us with our plans and they'll tell us, in order to meet the 50 decibel, I think it might be, requirement for noise inside of the unit, given how loud it is outside, you're going to need to design your windows and your walls to meet these sort of performance requirements. And that becomes something that gets published in the documents and it gets designed to achieve that.
Thank you. Commissioner Suma.
Just a couple quick questions. It appears from the garage plans, A6.03, the ones right in that vicinity, but I just wanted to verify that. So 2 cars can fit in the locations where there are the planters for the trees?
Yes.
They can, okay.
Yes.
It appeared that way, but I wasn't sure it was all exactly to scale.
Yeah, the width of the full courtyard, is 30 feet. And a typical two-way, like passing.
20.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, and, on a site visit, I noticed that the driveway that I suppose is access for the back of Town and Country behind you, the cyclone fence that has been up for a couple of years, showing your property, that the parking spots go under the fence. So they are pull-in parking spots angled. Is that going to be is the fence that's there on the actual property line?
It's very close to it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those will be shorter as they are now since the fence has been there.
Yeah, when the lots were built, they were built sort of ignoring property lines, right? And maximizing.
Well, yeah, it was all
yeah.
one use and even though
Yeah.
it was different owners.
Right.
Okay. And was I mistaken about this, that there were some garage access where you had to make 5 maneuvers to get in?
Let's see, some are tighter than others. I don't know the count off the top of my head.
I might be remembering that incorrectly.
I think the one on the top right here is sort of one of the ones that ticks the most. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I guess it depends on who's behind the wheel, but yeah. That a lot too, right?
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, any other clarifying questions? If not, let's go to public comment. We do have the chance to ask more questions later on. All right. Do we have any speaker cards, Ms. Dow, or raised hands online?
Yes, I have 2 speaker cards, one from Dean Rubinson.
Okay.
Thank you. My name is Dean Rubinson, Director of Development for Ellis Partners and Town and Country Village. I want to thank you for the opportunity to address the proposed project in our north parking lot. In summary, while we appreciate the changes the applicant has made over time, in our view, the proposal will still result in an isolated and architecturally incompatible project that has not addressed many of the operational concerns that we've consistently raised. More specifically, despite longstanding indications from staff that we could not develop residential in our parking lots, we were made aware just this past November by the city that the interpretation of the comprehensive plan has evolved and such that we could convert our parking lots also to residential use. Due to this recent change, along with encouragement from the ARB, we began working diligently with our architects, contractors, and brokers to explore the design and financial feasibility of a housing development project in the remainder of the North Lot. We've had a number of meetings with the broader ownership group of Town and Country, and all parties are supportive of such a broader development. Given our progress, Ellis Partners recently spoke with Stormland Development to discuss the possibility of a combined housing project on all the parcels in the North Lot, including a meeting that we had with them earlier today. The general tone of these meetings has been positive, and we look forward to further discussions. We're supportive of thoroughly exploring the potential of a combined and master planned project that would ensure operational compatibility with the existing and much-loved retail center and any future housing development. A comprehensive project extending across the entire North Lot would meet the findings for a PHZ in a way that this isolated project cannot. While we respect the time and energy that Stormland and Hayes Group have put into the proposed project on 70 and Cena, we believe a combined project would be best for all parties, including the community and visitors to Town and Country. We look forward to continued discussions with Stormland and are hopeful that we can find a holistic development solution that results in over 100 new housing units, including a wide range of unit sizes and affordability levels. We're happy to answer any questions you have and look forward to further exploring this idea with Stormland and with the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is from Herb Borak.
Good evening, Commissioners. I believe that you should not take any action on this item tonight because I believe the item before you violates both the California Environmental Quality Act and the city's zoning ordinance. Environmental regulations define a project as the whole of an action, and that each separate discretionary approval is not a project, that they all have to be evaluated together in the environmental review. 5 days after this project was considered and acted upon by the Architectural Review Board, the applicant submitted a discretionary approval for a tentative subdivision map. As I understand the environmental regulations, both of those discretionary approvals are part of the same project and need to be evaluated together before recommendations can be made by either the Architectural Review Board or this commission. Therefore, instead of taking action, the project application should go back to the Architectural Review Board when staff prepares a complete environmental document for the project that includes both the rezoning and the tentative subdivision map and any other discretionary approvals that are requested for the project. In addition to that, the planned home zoning criteria, which provide additional entitlements, has never been adopted as part of the zoning ordinance. To be able to use those, there needs to be an amendment to the zoning ordinance as required by Chapter 18.80 of the Palo Alto Municipal Code. They could be made part of the planned community zone district regulations, or you can create a separate general zone district for PHZ. So that is a separate violation of the California Environmental Quality Act because it is contrary to city adopted regulations for land use. I submitted these comments this afternoon by an email addressed to the commission. I never received an acknowledgement, as I have from other parties that were sent the email at the same time. And when staff listed the comments that I had received about the project, it omitted the one that I had submitted. There are multiple ways of getting items into the administrative record. However, this is the second time this has happened, and I believe the first time was also on this project before the ARB, when staff did not acknowledge that I had submitted comments in writing. So in summary, I believe that you should not take action on this. It should go back to the ARB so it can review the entire project's environmental review document before it takes action, which it must do before you receive it. Anybody who participates in a public hearing on an environmental review can challenge any project approval based upon any items that are in the administrative record. They don't have to be the ones who made the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I just ask staff to speak to the second set of public comments regarding the legal issues?
Yes, staff does not believe there are any violations of CEQA or our zoning code. The environmental analysis, the Class 32 exemption, considered the project as a whole. It can consider both the rezoning and the tentative map, even if those are not being presented for decision at the same time. I'd also note that the tentative map simply changes the method of ownership for these units, but wouldn't have an impact on the environmental impacts of the project.
Thank you. And did you want to speak to the PHZ PC component?
Sure. With the PHZ, the city council basically indicated that they would be open to reviewing these types of PCs. And they further indicated that they would consider a certain level of affordability to be a public benefit for purposes of the PC. So there does not need to be a separate section in our code to deal with PHZs. It's just a type of PC where the council provided some direction on what it would consider to be a sufficient public benefit.
Thank you. And while we're on this topic, Ms. Callis, I believe it was this project where in the staff report you had made, there was a bit of a discussion about the level of affordability. Is that correct? Could you just review that for us, since Mr. Yang just alluded to the PHZ and the level of affordability that City Council had indicated that they would be receptive to?
Yes, and so in the direction City Council had provided, they recommended at least 20% of the units to be deed restricted below market rate. They had provided 3 or 4 options for how those affordable units could be broken down amongst many levels. However, for this particular project, because it is only 10 units, it's not necessarily possible to provide a wide range of affordability. And so this project is proposing to do 2 units at the 80 to 100% AMI level, which we believe is consistent with council's direction to be providing 20% affordable unit. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, commissioner comments, or do we need a rebuttal? We need a rebuttal, don't we?
We do need to provide the applicant an
Right.
opportunity if they've got any closing statement, and then if there are any questions for them from the commission.
So if the applicant would like to come, we've got 3 minutes for a rebuttal or a closing statement.
Members of the commission, excuse me, my name is Ed Storm and I'm the proponent of this project. First of all, thank you for the time you spent working on this. We've been at it a little over 2 years and $750,000. And we hope that we're showing the path forward to put housing in a location that now is just parking cars. That's how we first got into this project. We wanted to do the whole site, but there was no invitation to do that at the time. Since we've had conversations and we'll continue to have those conversations, I think it's the right thing to do ultimately, and we hope we're part of that. But we're paving the way here, and we don't want to be penalized for it. So we'd like to have your approval for this. This is a good chance not to stop something, but to move something forward that shows the city really does care about housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So members of the commission, if you have questions or comments, please light it up. So Commissioner Peterson?
Yeah, am I allowed to ask the applicant a question?
Yes, I will say yes.
So just a quick question.
Yes, until we close the public comment.
Right. So if this is an agreement that, you have the initial approval for this square, say, but you go forward from here and let's say you become the builder for the whole complex. Let's say that's the eventual decision, since you seem to be capable of building. What's the process for you to come back? I don't know if you necessarily, I assume you probably know this better than I do for sure, to come back with a more elaborate project that's more expansive.
Right. So if this process moves forward as we would like to see it, we garner your approval and then move on to city council, right? We're entitled to then submit a building permit application, which is still a process yet to come. We would like to get through the entitlement process soon here as we continue talks, as Ed Storm and the Stormland continue talks with Ellis Partners. And if there's something that's able to gel there and generate another project application, there's nothing that prevents that project from being submitted simultaneously, right? Even though it might overlap, obviously only one of them can move forward through the building permit phase. But that would be the plan here, is to get this entitled and continue talks. And if there's a way we can work together, we would love to see a bigger development.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Commissioner Suma? Oh. Is that Commissioner Heckman?
Sure, since no one's jumping, I will go. Let's see, a couple questions first. Condition 17 on packet page 54 is a public art requirement. And I just wanted to confirm that those requirements do apply to residential projects of this size.
Yes, residential projects with more than 5 units are subject to the public art requirements, which may be provided on site or paid as in lieu fees, and this project will be paying in lieu fees.
Okay, thank you. Next, just a mention in your staff report, you mentioned that some of the figures, the FAR and square footage were had included the garage. That's now corrected in our staff report. And I just wanted to remind staff as this moves forward to correct it in the draft ordinance that's going to council. Let's see. I want to talk about landscaping, green space, and I appreciate the comments of the applicant and really the constraints of this site to provide, the largest units we can, really preclude any kind of substantial traditional open space. And but I'm seeing these, I think they're called vine walls in some of the plans along both of the long sides. And I was just wondering, and I'm wondering if we could pull up the view of the building as you're sort of departing Town and Country, heading toward Encina. There was a, I'm curious about the treatment of that corner. If we could show toward the end of this, when you did sort of the 360, there was, yeah.
I believe it may be number 15.
Go back a couple.
I'm wondering if it's in your packet, but it might not be.
Yeah, there was one that was close enough, sort of. It was like looking down the alleyway, if you will. Yeah, this one.
This one here.
Yeah, that
Okay.
one.
Yeah.
So this isn't ideally, but if to orient,
Yeah, opposite
right?
corner.
The road through Town and Country out to Encina is at the far end of the building now, right?
Correct.
And so as those people depart, that's when they first see your project at ground level. And so I'm wondering if on that far corner, the closest to that, yeah, right there, if there's an opportunity to have a vine wall, actually, is there one that's behind the pole?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
there is. Yeah, we have to have enough of a setback from the
Right.
property line to get to it and
Okay,
take care of
I
it.
actually didn't pick up the vine wall facing that corner in my review. So that, yeah, I was hoping to make a little bit softer corner, but you've already done it. So, all right, thank you for that.
You bet.
Let's see, I wanted to talk about actually, let me step back and make an overall comment. I like this project the first time it came before us. It's a little bit better now, and I like it a little bit more. So I appreciate the work that was done at the front. I appreciate the constraints that we're dealing with here. So in terms of the affordable, the BMR units and the explanation on packet page 37. So where we land in this small project, 2 units, we're going to have 2 units that are affordable at the range of 80 to 100%. And staff has found that's consistent with council direction, and I agree. But I'm wondering if there's an alternative, and I wanted to first find out if we're allowed to do it as a city, and if so, then I want to know if the applicant's willing to do it. So right now we have these 2 units that will be priced at the 80 to 100% range, and I think our AMI, and I think our experience is wherever there's a range, the price tends to be the upper end of that range. So we're likely to get to 100, at approximately 100%. It seems to me 2 units at 100% is the same as 1 unit at 80% plus 1 unit at 120%. The same a number of dollars are transferred. And so I'm wondering if there's an opportunity here, first can the city do it? And if so, is the applicant agreed that one of these units would be at 80% and the other unit could be at 120%, both, or less, 80% or less, 120% or less. So first, staff, do we have the authority to do that.
This is a fully discretionary project, and so, we are going with guidelines provided by council, but you as the PTC could make a recommendation to council that a different mix, you feel would better serve the purpose of it being the public benefit.
Okay. Mr. Yang, anything, do you want to add anything?
Nope, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And then from the applicant, again, I'm not looking to cause trouble, but if it works the same for you, what it does for the city is it adds one more deeply affordable unit.
Right. So I would say in general, we're open to that concept. I think there's a key question there, which I have asked of the city several times, and I've never gotten a straight answer. And that is, how are the actual prices fixed in the end before they're sold? I can't tell you that because no one's ever been able to tell me that.
We've asked the same thing.
Yeah.
We've asked the same thing in this room.
And so I don't know that it's necessarily our choice completely. I would love to know where the black book is that defines that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough for tonight. So eventually we're going to get to a motion. And what I'd like to do with that particular issue is I'd like to kind of put a pin in it to be explored more as this travels to council, so that hopefully by the time it gets to council, the applicant has a clear answer and can make an informed decision of whether it's something they'd be open to or not. All right. And then the only other comment I might want to make is on this concept that's really not directly before us, but it's indirectly before us, this concept of developing the whole north parking lot. And I see that the ARB was so enthused that they actually made a recommendation in dealing with what's before us, or their architectural view about encouraging the council to look at rezoning the whole north lot. So I think it'd be terrific if ultimately along Encina there, this whole parking lot bore 100 units. And I think that there is an opportunity to do that. And I'm encouraged now, now that Ellis Partners has learned, and I do understand for a long time, it was not their understanding that housing was even possible on the property they owned. And so now that it's change in interpretation, whatever it is, now you're open to it and looking at it. I think we need to I think the project before us is worthy of approval, and I think it should move forward to approval. And I think that it's in, as this moves forward, and even at once it's approved, I think it's in Ellis Partners' interest to essentially make an offer they can't refuse. Because I think there is substantial benefit potential for Ellis Partner, obviously, and I think that to be part of a larger project could benefit Mr. Storm. And I would tell you that one of the, I don't know all of Ellis Partners' work. I know you are exceptional at running shopping centers and developing them. I don't know that you have as much background in developing housing, but if you did some sort of a deal here, part of what you would be getting is not just access to this land, but you would be getting the expertise of one of the more experienced residential developers in the South Bay. And so I think that there is a real opportunity here to have the current applicant happily sit on an approval while they work on something bigger and better from their perspective as well as yours. So I would encourage that process to happen as you go forward. I am supportive of this project moving forward per staff recommendation. With this item, I'd like to flag on the possibility of splitting the BMRs. Thank you.
Other commissioners? I'm not seeing, Commissioner Peterson?
I have a quick question on splitting of the BMRs. What was the point on that? Sorry, I just missed it.
Just that I would like to right now, the way this would be approved is 2 BMRs, each in the range of 80 to 100. And so what I'm asking to be explored is whether it might yield the same financial result for the developer if one of the BMRs was 80% or below, and which was at the low end, and the other was 120% or below, because those two add up to 200, the same as 100 and 100 do.
Thank you. I agree wholly with that. Even 50 and below. The way I understand it is the splitting point for, I don't know why I use city staff as a proxy for the community, but half of city staff is 50 below and the other half of city staff is paid that they'd be 50 and above, be able to live in that housing. The comment I wanted to make is, earlier I alluded to walking paths, and so now that we've expanded a little bit in the property lines, now with the walking path discussion, there's a beautiful walking path there along the railroad tracks that you can't walk to because the sidewalk ends about 12 feet short. I mean, I can go to Home Depot and get some pavers and fix the problem, but please put some interest into tying that pathway in. I think there'd be, I have kids and a family, and my kids go out and run out. But if my kids are running into the street to go to the walking path so they can go to school, that's not a safe route to school. So I really would encourage looking at the continuity of the pathways from your site, connecting with the rest of the neighborhood, which I assume you probably would anyways. Thank you.
Commissioner Aiken?
Thank you, Chair.
Vice Chair Aiken.
I don't accept either. Last time this came before us, I was worried that it was going to be a rather barren and noisy place to live. And I appreciate the clarification on handling noise and also the improvements in green livability here. But that's just personal opinion. I'm also pleased that my objective concerns from the first review have been addressed. I think we're all glad that those bulb outs are gone. And I'm happy to see that the parking restrictions will be considered when the CC&Rs come around. I'd like us to consider, the commission, to consider recommending that staff ask for direction from council on the issue of affordability levels for rentals versus ownership projects, because that came up on packet page 37 here, and this is far from the first time this issue has come up. So if this is an opportune moment, it would be nice to request some clarity from council on that. My notes here say this project's affordability exceeds our current standards, so I'll take that as being sufficient. Although I am interested in seeing Commissioner Heckman's proposal examined as well. I hope the negotiations for a more comprehensive project succeed. But in the meantime, like the ARB, we have to make a decision about this project on its own. And I agree that it's consistent with the comp plan EIR, and I believe I can make all the necessary findings. So I will also be supporting it. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma.
So I want to thank the members of the public, and I thought that good points were brought up, but this is the way, and we've asked these questions about the PHC zoning, but this is the way staff has interpreted it thus far. I think it would be cleaner if we changed the municipal code so there weren't these questions about what affordability level, et cetera. And I also want to thank the applicant because I think the journey has been a hard one with a lot of changing opinions about what you should do on your property. I am concerned about, I'm excited by the possibility of having a larger project on this site, if that's possible with the parking requirements for town and country. But I'm troubled by discussing this project with that in view. And I'm also slightly troubled by approving this project with the idea that you would keep this project in your back pocket in case the larger, more cohesive project, which has, if that were ever to happen, could have a much more realistic landscape plan for everyone to enjoy and also circulation on site. So it's kind of a weird situation, and I really appreciate that even more as I reviewed for the second time this morning, the February 6th ARB meeting. So I still have trouble with this project as a standalone project that might still exist in a parking lot. And I also think that it doesn't make any sense to me to reduce the development standards to basically no rear setback as rounded up by our staff, and with no landscaping at grade possible unless it's clinging to the side of the building. I'm really troubled by that, and I'm troubled by the circulation and access. You cannot call what is a driveway, a gated driveway, also a courtyard. It cannot be used as a courtyard. I mean, even for the not up to our standards personal open space for the units, you're looking down on the courtyard, which is not a courtyard, it's a driveway. So I still have, even though a lot of improvements were made that I really, really appreciate, I still have problems finding number 3 with this project. And I have a little bit of trouble interpreting, we want this approved, even if it's not what we want to do. And I understand the entitlement process, et cetera, but it still troubles me. So I really would appreciate clarification from council on the AMI levels so we could be sure what we really could expect and ask for and what we would be guaranteed. So I'm still not quite there with the setbacks, the landscaping. I don't mind the lot coverage so much and FAR, but I think it would be more successful. It's very nicely designed if it had some room around it. It just seems too big for the lot, and the only way to achieve that would be to go higher, which some of the commenters earlier in the process did not want. So I'm still a bit troubled by this future successfulness of this project as a standalone project. And I don't know, I mean, I know that when Trader Joe's was approved for Town and Country, I forget the exact year, but that they were required to remove buildings from the parcels that make up the north lot that had been there at the time so that they would have sufficient parking. So we're reassessing that, but I want to make sure that Town and Country, because it's such a hugely successful part of the community, has sufficient parking. And I don't know how to evaluate a theoretical building and its relationship with the real application. So that's where the trouble lies for me.
Thank you. Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo some of the sentiments that Commissioner Suma said. I'm pretty excited about this project. I think that there are very few sites within the city of Palo Alto that you could walk to your grocery store and that you could go to school on a pretty safe bike path behind your house. I think I'm very excited about that. That being said, I think that there are some issues that I'm a little bit concerned about, one of which is the green space that I previously mentioned. I'd like to see, if possible, there be more green space, and like Commissioner Suma, I'm not sure I could consider a concrete driveway as sufficient green space there. In addition, I'm looking at finding 3 for the planned community findings, and it talks about being compatible with existing and potential uses on adjoining sites. I am a little bit worried about having a basically rounded zero setback as being potentially compatible with potential adjoining sites. I'm currently living near a project which also is potentially extending or reducing its setbacks. And that is concerning to me if I were to live somewhere and all of a sudden I am living right immediately next to another building because there is no setback there. I know that for other residential properties around a town, there are larger setback protections for that. So, and then also for anyone who's been to Encina, they know that it's always completely parked. And so that's also another thing that I'm interested to see if there are other solutions that could be brought around there as well. Thank you.
Seeing no other lights, I'll take my turn right now. Before it's the first time this project came before the commission, I was a little skeptical of the location because it seems like it'd be in a concrete desert, but it has some really good things about it, right? Proximity to services, proximity to transportation. But now there's new information that concerns me, which is it doesn't concern me per se. It's actually a fantastic opportunity because now maybe there'd be the potential for a 5-story development with parking on the ground floor that will provide sufficient parking for the building as well as for town and country, in a really wonderful place for people who want to live close to services, in a kind of a more urbanized environment that could provide a ton of units of housing, which we need. So where I struggle also with this is what to do regarding, like, when I look at how we as the commission are supposed to make our findings with respect to every PC and PHZ, there's this finding number 3 that Commissioner G alluded to, and compatibility with future uses. And that's where I really wonder about the compatibility of this, particularly given the setbacks, because the reason why we've got setbacks is both to protect the people who are on the subject property, but also the owners of the adjacent properties. And by having a building that goes all the way, essentially, except for 7 inches up to the property line, then if we're going to have enough room to maintain that wall, then the adjacent property owner isn't also going to be able to build up to 7 inches from the property line. We're going to need more space than that. So that is a concern that I have. I understand that, geez, this really stinks for you guys as the applicant with the moving target, but we are tasked with making a finding that says that we're looking at potential uses on the adjoining sites. And formerly, at the last meeting, we were told that it was going to be a parking lot for the foreseeable future because of the long-term lease. And now we're being told, no, that's not the case. So I would hate to cut off our noses to spite our face and end up with, something that really doesn't work for that whole, because this is a discretionary approval for something that just doesn't work for the whole parcel. So I'm a little stuck. Commissioner Suma?
I also forgot to mention that I very much appreciate Commissioner Peterson's request to add access to the bicycle and walking path.
Okay. I'm not seeing other lights here. I do see that the applicant desperately would like to speak, and because you've put in so much work, this is not something that we normally do, but I'm going to let you go ahead and speak because we want to hear, this is such an unusual situation, and sort of the work that you've put in and the uncertainty about the future is something that we would like to hear about.
Through the chair, if we could frame that as a question, and give them that specific direction, that's helpful in terms of.
Well, hopefully I gave the direction now.
No, that's great. Thank you.
Okay, great. Chair, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to respond. And it may be appropriate to have staff comment on this as well. You commented about finding 3 being about a project being compatible with future adjacent uses. I think there's a pretty important distinction between a future use and a future project. It's kind of impossible, right, for any one project ever to know what project may come. I mean, even in this instance where there's a lot of interest in doing something else next door, there's so much complexity between, where we sit today and where that might end up if it goes forward. So the uses, I think, are clear. That's how I would interpret it, and I'm happy to hear from Emily as well. But I think it's either a parking lot, or it's more retail, or it's residential. I don't think we're not talking about a scenario where, an industrial fabrication plant, right, is being built in a place where there's likely to be housing built next door, where there would be a clear and obvious sort of conflict between those uses.
Right, thank you. No, we understand that, but the wording very clearly says existing and potential uses on adjoining sites within the general vicinity. So I don't know if staff wants to add anything.
I think the only thing that I would add is that, we are reviewing this project as currently proposed, and we are looking at the findings for this project. Any potential for a future project, if you recall, I had the process slide up earlier that showed, a new project would start with a council pre-screening, it would come back to the PTC, ARB, PTC council. I might have lost track of where I was going.
I can continue. And so when we have a situation where there's another application being processed at the same time, that there are materials that have been submitted, we often do include those as part of the discussions. But as was stated, it's very difficult to evaluate this in relation to some potential future development that may or may not occur, or what it would look like. So in general, the guidance is that you take a look at what is there, what the allowed uses are on the adjacent sites, right? This isn't raising pigs or some really disruptive industrial use that would be a problem for the allowed uses on the adjacent sites, and is designed in a way that an adjacent site could be developed. It's not preventing those other sites from future development with the use that we'd like. And then staff will continue to be available to work with and encourage these applicants to do a more comprehensive plan. But we would strongly encourage to continue to move forward with this proposal, with the clear indication from the discussion we've received tonight that a larger plan would be advantageous and fully supported by the Planning Commission, ARB, and staff to try and do something more comprehensive. Thank you.
Before we go to other, I just want to ask one other question. So Ms. Cox, can you provide some clarification for me on that 7-inch setback on the backside and fire access? So right now, like, how is fire accessing? Is it actually also the side? So how is fire accessing given the 7-inch setback? Are they using the empty space that is what's currently empty space on the adjoining property?
The plans do include fire egress related diagrams. I believe that it is on the sides.
Yeah, I saw that page, but I just wasn't clear about how the fire egress would work. Maybe the applicant can clarify for us.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
So the 7-inch setback is along the rear property line. All right, so it's on the side that faces the backside of Town and Country. The side yards have 5-foot setbacks from the property line to the face of the building. And so those
clarify there, in our packet page, there's a packet page that said 7 inches to 5 feet. So is it 5 feet all the way along, or does it?
Yeah, it's 5 foot for most of the way until you get all the way to the back. And then
Okay.
at the back, it comes closer.
Okay, thank you. So
Yeah.
continue, please, about what you were talking about, the fire access.
Yeah. So there's a couple of diagrams that I think Emily's got pulled up here. They're in your
Yes.
packet as well. So we did a lot of back and forth work with the fire department. They wanted to make sure that they could get to the rooftop from a couple of locations. And so they want to be able to move freely all the way down both property side lot lines. And then what we've done is we've built into the rear facade and the front facade concealed, basically kind of like fire escapes, but where the one in the back is screened and the one in the front is concealed adjacent to a private patio. So they have a way that they can come with their ladders, lean it up to the building, and then climb the rest of the way up. So they're using those 5-foot side setbacks for
the ladder?
for reaching all the way to the back of the lot.
So that's what I was confused about. So if you look at the upper right,
Yeah.
where's the bottom of that ladder? Is it on the property or is
Okay.
it on
So-
other property?
So the image on the upper right, that is on the street frontage. So the bottom of that ladder is down at the sidewalk or in the road if the angle.
So that's on Encina?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That helps me.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. A follow-up question from Commissioner Suma?
So it's awfully small, but I believe that the front of your plan set says that the left and right setbacks are 7 inches to 5 feet, varies in both cases. Is that no longer correct?
No, it's when you get all the way to the back of the property, up adjacent to Town and Country, they pop out. So the back corners come closer. It's just the last units. If you look at the ground floor plan, you can see that the garages for the 4 units that are closest to, on each side, that are closest to Encina, pull in 5 feet off the lot line. And then at the very end, the last garage comes out closer.
7 inches to
Yeah.
5 feet.
And so
Okay.
part of what's happening there is that we're creating a landing for the fire department to lean their ladders up to. For this site, because of the power lines that run along Encina Avenue, many of which we're undergrounding, but we can't underground the transmission lines that are high voltage up at 50 feet. The fire department cannot use an aerial access lift. It's just not, they don't feel like it's safe. And so that's why we built the ladders in. So they have to be able to use their ladders, which have a limited length, to get there. And there was a lot of back and forth with them to make this work.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Right.
So we've got Commissioner G and then Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you, Chair. I actually had a question going back to one of the public comments about how I believe Ellison Partners said that the staff originally had said that the residential was not appropriate for the site and then at some point changed. Can staff talk a little bit about the timeline for this discussion?
So the comprehensive plan policy, which is one of the ones in the findings.
So I believe that comprehensive plan policy was amended to say that in certain CC areas, housing was appropriate. That was done after the housing element was approved as part of one of the programs for the housing element. Is that what you're referring to, Ms. Callis?
So that is part of it. This site is designated as a housing inventory site as a part of the housing element that was adopted last year. Additionally, one of the findings refers to one of the land use element policies refers to maintaining retail at Town and Country and not allowing conversion of retail to residential. And so I don't know the exact timeline, but there was discussion on how, this project is in the parking lot and that does not constitute conversion of retail. All of the retail would be remaining.
Yeah, and it does come down to the language. This is program L 2.4.4 from the comprehensive plan. And it's talking about assessing non-residential development potential in some of these zones. And then the last sentence is conversion to residential capacity should not be considered in town and country village. And so our current understanding of that language, based on the fact that it's starting to and talking about non-residential uses, and then the word conversion is included in particular to town and country, particularly in the current environment where there really is interest in finding opportunities for additional housing, that there is support as long as there isn't loss of the other uses on that site.
So just to follow up there. So what we're saying is that the other lots of the north parking lot that Ellis and Partners mentioned, those are potentially applicable for conversion.
We would be looking to make sure that there is still sufficient parking per parking requirements for the shopping center, but otherwise, yes, that is our current understanding.
And just in terms of timing, so on packet page 35, there's a designation, the top paragraph, which talks about the comp plan designation of community commercial. We did edit to add the last sentence after the adoption of the housing element. So in terms of timing, that would be fairly recently because the housing element was officially adopted in, I think we made those comp plan changes aiming for a January 2024 change, if that was my recollection.
I believe those changes were made about a year ago, prior to actual certification, but as the housing element process was moving forward.
Right, so it was after this team started their application.
I just had a couple other follow-up questions about this. So I think I remember reading somewhere in the packet that one of these lots is a housing element lot. Is that correct?
Yes, the site is currently comprised of 2 lots. They have individual APNs, and one of them was listed as a housing element site with a capacity of 4 units.
And then are any of the other lots in the north parking lot right now considered housing element sites?
They are not on the inventory.
All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Heckman?
So I'm prepared to make a motion, but before I do, I wanted to explore just for a moment with Commissioner Peterson, the walkability issue, just so I can understand what the issue there is. So this site fronts on Encina, and I think the walkability you're talking about is from this site to the existing pedestrian and bike path. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, and so just so I can understand the existing condition, staff, from this site heading over to the existing bike path, is there a continuous sidewalk that traverses that length and, you know, wraps that little cul-de-sac? Do we know?
We can take a look.
So the sidewalk that exists does continue across the entire frontage of this property. I believe that the section that Commissioner Peterson is referring to is at the end of Encina, not abutting this property.
Right. I think if I'm understanding Commissioner right, he's really talking about from the edge of this property over to the bike path.
That's correct.
Right. And so do you happen to know from your time over there whether there's a sidewalk right now that's continuous from this site to the bike path?
So on either side of, it's Encina is the name of the street.
Yeah.
At the cul-de-sac, there's a driveway for each of the commercial lots on either side. The sidewalk runs to that driveway and then does not continue on the other side of the driveway, leaving, I don't know, maybe 8 feet from the other side of the driveway to the bike path. And then the bike path, of course, is the chain link fence runs right to the edge of it. So essentially it's just bike lanes. It's probably dangerous to actually walk through that entrance because people are coming down the street, probably full speed, and then coming onto that bike path.
And from the end of that cul-de-sac, can you get onto the bike path?
There, it's just fine. There's a bollard there and it's an entrance, but you'd have to walk into the street, into the rain gutter, and then back out of the street and to access the path.
Okay. So,
It's a path I wouldn't allow my kids to walk.
yeah, so what we're talking about here is really an offsite improvement, right? And which is a little tricky. So, these are 10 units. There could be kids, and this could be of interest to the developer. I know that in 2 meetings, I don't believe any of us brought it up, nor members of the public, so I'm glad you did. And so I'm going to try to fold it into this motion as an exploration item to see, because once we put it on the table, there will be a chance for staff and the applicant to look at it and perhaps address it as this moves toward council. So with that, I'm prepared to make a motion. And if I get a second, then I will speak to it.
Commissioner Suma has a question.
Yeah, I'll hold the motion.
Thank you.
So I'm looking on packet page 48 at the comp plan goals and consistency. At when we were just discussing L 6.7, and the consistency on the right side says the proposed 3-story height is in scale with nearby buildings and has a 25-foot setback from town and country village. So one thing about that is that town and country village and all the north parking lot parcels, including the 2 that are in question this evening, they share a property line, and there is only a 7-inch, at the rear setback. So where's there the 25-foot setback? I'm just not understanding.
Yeah, sorry, the 25 feet is the distance across the drive aisle, so between the proposed building and the existing shopping center building.
Okay, so, all right, but there is not a 25-foot setback at all from the property line.
It's not a setback to the property line. It's the measurement of the distance between the proposed building and the existing buildings on the adjacent lot. It's more about the spacing between the proposed development and the existing surrounding uses.
Well, yeah, since it's not a setback though, it can't really be, it's not a distance that we can rely on being maintained because of the nearness. To maintain any setback there, it would have to be part of the new proposal, is my only point. So that's a little issue for me.
Okay.
I had a quick follow-up based on Commissioner Suma's question, which is right now, what is the required setback for town and country? Like if they were to tear down that building, it's 10 feet. So then, like, if they were to rebuild that and then given that they don't change any zoning, it would actually reduce down to 10 feet and 7 inches.
It would depend on the proposed use. It would also, as a discretionary project, potentially be something that
I think the question is for CC zone.
Yeah, the question's for CC.
For existing zone, what is town and country allowed to do? What is the standard setback? And is that considered the back or the side setback for town and country?
That's a good question. We will do a quick lookup to see what those regulations are. It is a little difficult to know since it is a corner lot, right? And it's a very large lot in terms of what would be considered the front versus a side setback and what those requirements are. Go ahead.
There are also property lines there, and so, hypothetically, from the information that's been provided in these public hearings, the north parking lot development, there is a property line there, as you noted. It wouldn't necessarily be combined with the other, with the shopping center properties. If the shopping center property were to propose a redevelopment, the interior, there is no requirement for a setback from an interior property line, but there are fire code separation regulations for distances between existing buildings, which are typically about 5 feet. So they're, yeah.
Yeah, so as you'll see in a number of our commercial zones, there are areas where we have buildings right up against each other or within a few inches of each other. And so anytime a new building is coming forward, we are trying to be cognizant of what could potentially be built on adjacent sites. But without a proposal, you don't want to be assuming the worst case scenario. Really, that future development would be reviewed, as this one is, based on what's been approved or constructed on the adjacent lot. So it's a little bit of a balance between what could potentially go there when we don't have an active proposal or previously approved project.
Thank you.
I will add that Town and Country's address is El Camino Real. So even
that
though
would be
it's a
a
corner
side.
lot, and also that every single map I've ever seen of Town and Country Village does not include the north parking lot as part of its property. It's a separate abutting adjacent property that has that I believe has the same owner, but it's not part of the Town and Country. I mean, it's not part of the Town and Country parcel. So as such, this application is not part of Town and Country.
Yes, and one additional bit of clarification in terms of the setbacks. It looks like since any future development there would be adjacent to residential, it does look like there would be a 10-foot setback requirement.
Just to add one more thing, on packet page 39, it does show the configuration of the property lines. Right, so the parcel in question abuts the Town and Country property.
It's not within it.
Okay, do we have additional lights or we ready for a motion? Go ahead, Commissioner Heckman.
All right, so as I said, I'll make a motion, and if there's a second, I will explain a couple thoughts about it. So I move the staff recommendation with the FAR and square footage to be corrected in the ordinance, and including a recommendation that staff and the applicant explore as this moves toward council. Number one, the potential for offsite improvements to enhance walkability safety to the pedestrian bike path at the end of Encina. And two, for staff and the applicant to explore the potential to set one of the BMRs at 80% AMI max and the other at 120% AMI max.
Do we have a second? No second.
I'll second. Let's see where the discussion goes.
All right, Commissioner Aiken seconds.
Okay, so I really just want to focus on this finding number 3 because it does seem to be creating some heartburn here on the commission. Let's see, which is on packet page 47. Thank you. So there's a difference in our codes between uses and structures. For example, you can have a legal non-conforming structure, which no longer matches the code, or you can have a legal non-conforming use. So that's like if I had a restaurant in a place that now is zoned for residential, that's a use. And so there's a difference. And the word used here is use, not it's potential uses, not potential structures. So I think the way that this is written, it is intended to be interpreted as talking about if somebody builds something next to us, will its use be incompatible, will the use we'd be approving now be incompatible with that? So what's being talked about here now, kind of generically, is the possibility that in the future, right next door, there will be residential use on the Ellis properties, and residential uses are compatible with each other. So what's not compatible is a residential use with a manufacturing use or an industrial use. And so I think when we look at it through that lens, which again, I think that's what the language says, then whether this is a parking lot as it is in its existing use or becomes something residential in the future, the uses are compatible. In terms of the proximity of this structure to its boundaries, I think as a practical matter, there are three sides of this proposed structure that will always have a vehicle path, right? Encina is not going away. That is always going to stay there. And at the rear of the property, as long as Town and Country is there and has this row of retails that need servicing, which comes in the back, that back road is always going to be there. And then on the side where currently you can drive through Town and Country out to Encina, it's really hard for me. I think for fire safety purposes, you will always need exits to Encina in addition to those out to Embarcadero and El Camino. And so I suspect that this road, if you will always be there. And either when they build housing, if they build housing on that north lot, it'll leave that road there, or maybe it'll, Grand Central Station, build over the top of it, right? But it's staying there. And so what that means is on three sides, you're never going to have residential uses. Well, one is a street and one's a shopping center. And so the closest residential use on that side is going to be across a street, private street, to get out to Encina. So that only gives you the side of the building that is on the train side. And there's a 5-foot setback there. And if residential is built using sort of the same kind of logic and zoning, I would expect that maybe they would mirror that with as little as a 5-foot setback, creating 10 feet of setback. I would expect that in the design elements, because they'd be interested in selling those units, they would offset the windows so that whatever windows are in that new future building don't line up directly with the windows in the buildings that we're talking about here, which are already being treated with the recognition that today there's a parking lot. And so, people on those, the ground floor is actually, that's the parking. So everybody's up. So I don't want to get too concerned with what the future buildings might be and whether they're going to be crammed up against all sides of this building, because the reality is they can only really come close to one side. So I think that finding 3 can be made and should be made consistent with what it states. It's focused on use, not structures. And I think we should move this project forward to council.
Question for staff from Commissioner Suma.
Thank you for that thought process, but I'm wondering, Commissioner Heckman, but I'm wondering if it strikes me that the entrance from Encina to Town and Country was largely because there was parking there. Does staff know if, for fire purposes, since you can access it, Town and Country from 2 sides already, if that is a requirement to access it from that side, to have a road there? I'm just wondering if that's just a supposition or if it's
I think it's a reasonable supposition. However, if there were redevelopment of any of those sites, a traffic circulation study would be required to ensure both for fire access, but also for transportation impacts and vehicle circulation on the site and from there to other destinations would not be impacted if it was proposed to
Sure,
be
and I will
closed.
note that there's a fourth entrance to Town and Country at the end of the cul-de-sac.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so generally, having multiple access points for a shopping center of that size is something that's recommended, but without doing a separate study.
yeah,
You can't state more than that.
thank you.
Commissioner Aiken? Vice Chair Aiken, I will never get this right.
Thank you, Chair. I commented earlier that I thought I could make the findings, and that was based on the interpretation that Commissioner Heckman used, which is the technical use of the word use here rather than project. And yes, my interpretation was that the uses would be compatible. But for the sake of argument, let's assume that it's the project that matters. In that case, I might argue that what's likely to go in the other lots would probably also be subject to the PC rules. So we could enforce a condition of approval that there be sufficient space around the building. So, thank you.
Yeah, I think that, so my comment on that is it just sounds like there's like a first mover advantage here. That essentially because somebody has decided, the first person to do this has decided that they want to build up within 7 inches of it. And we decide that we want to allow that. Then the next person on the adjacent parcel, if they decide to also build housing, I mean, by both because of a condition of approval that we put in, but really by fire code, probably they're not gonna be able to go to 7 inches. And so, I mean, there's a fairness question there. Again, like my view on this before, when the statement was, oh, this is gonna be a parking lot for the foreseeable future. It's very different from a property, and we have the other property owner coming here and speaking to us saying like, but no, we don't want this. So that's what I'm weighing also. And that's where I have a hard time, like the landscape and context has changed.
Pardon me for jumping in. Given that the other lots are significantly larger than the parcels that we're talking about here, even if there is additional setback required on those lots, do we think that's an imposition?
Technically, they're not larger. If you look at the way the parcels are drawn, they're all the same. There's 2 parcels glued together and then 3 parcels to the right of it if you look at packet page 39. And so, like, who are we to decide that, I think is what I'm saying. And I'm also operating off of council's direction was, please work this out with Town and Country. This is a discretionary project. There's many good things about it, but please work it out with Town and Country. So, and I'm hearing from Town and Country that this is not what they wanted. Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. Quick question. So the way I understand it is we're allowed to make this decision?
You will be making a recommendation to council that it
Right.
can be a recommendation for approval, for denial, or for approval with additional modifications or conditions.
Because I'm swayed that the current lot use probably is not going to change, and that, the existing use of that space, the way it is with the surrounding drive, that with the current residents added on the adjacent lot, it doesn't change substantially the current situation or impact the future use of the lot. So I wouldn't see a need to completely eliminate a housing project simply based on a what if and a maybe about how the lot might be used when it's never been used that way. That'd be an incredibly substantial reimagination of the use of that land from its current use. And I would think there'd be just vastly more considerations that would go into with that than one small housing project on the side.
Okay, seeing no other comments, let's vote. Ms. Dow?
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner G,
No.
Chair Chang,
No.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
No.
Commissioner Peterson.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-3.
In the case of a motion that fails 3-3, are we to speak to our no votes?
You may.
Okay,
you
so
wish.
would anybody like to speak to their no votes? Go ahead, Commissioner Suma.
I just felt uncomfortable with making finding 3, particularly since the information on the page right after our staff report was about 2 of the comp plan things was not correct in my opinion. And also I feel very sympathetic to the applicant in this case because so much work has gone into this. But I do think that as a standalone project, it's insufficient in ways that I'm uncomfortable with and that it is not compatible with the current use, which is the only thing that isn't the only real thing, because the potential uses that have been alluded to or dangled in front of us, I don't think that's fair to this applicant, but I'm still uncomfortable with the circulation, the setbacks, and the lack of open space, and calling the courtyard interchangeably a courtyard and a driveway when we know it's a driveway. So I'm very sorry to say that, but those are my reasons.
Do you have anything that you want to add? Go ahead, Commissioner G.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo many of the concerns of Commissioner Suma. I'd also like to add that I'm extremely sympathetic specifically around the setbacks. As I previously mentioned, I'm living near a project where they're potentially looking at adjusting the setbacks as well. And 7 inches is extremely small. And I also would like to call out policy L 2.11 on packet page 48 that encourages new development to incorporate greenery. I would love to see some more of that as well. And also on an L 6.7, the staff report, as Commissioner Suma previously mentioned, I don't think that the 25-foot setback is a fair statement here, given the discussion that we've had previously. Thank you.
I'll just say that I have difficulty making finding 3, and furthermore, I didn't see the changes other than the bulb out. That I didn't see the concerns adequately addressed that the project has, aside from height. I mean, but that never came before us. It was always this current height when it's come to the PTC. But the sort of concerns that we had were not addressed, and I understand that there's a challenge given the size of the parcel. But I am hopeful that we will see something much bigger and better and grander. I'm hoping for that. We'll see. All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Through the chair.
Yes.
We do need to have a motion to move this forward. It can be a split recommendation. I'll look to Mr. Yang to confirm that, but we do need to have a vote that passes to move this forward. As I said, it can be a split recommendation since it appears we're split 3-3.
So, Mr. Yang, can you provide some advice on this, please? Like, we could do a split recommendation. That seems to make sense.
Yeah, so right now, the commission hasn't taken any action.
Okay.
So you do have to have a vote that passes affirmatively in some way. But yeah, it can be to, send to the council, hey, we are split evenly on this.
Great. I would like to make that motion. I'm not quite sure how to state it, but I would like to make the motion that we move this on to council, letting council know that we are split on the staff recommendation.
I'll
with,
second.
with the additions that Commissioner Heckman made, which are good additions.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Please call the vote. Ms. Dow?
Commissioner Peterson,
Yes.
Vice Chair Aiken,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Commissioner G,
Yes.
Commissioner Suma,
Yes.
Chair Chang,
Yes.
motion carries 5-1.
Would you like to speak to your no vote, Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah. I'm just, I don't know that it would have been successful, but and I should have raised it before the vote, but I was just wondering if we should have spent a little more time dialoguing to see if some kind of consensus could have been built. It feels to me from the comments that I wasn't seeing a way to bridge the gap. And so I think this is the right move. But the only reason I voted no was really to express that it's very rare that this happens with us, that we get these split votes. But when we do, we really deprive ourselves of the ability to imprint a majority view on council. So just say that as a general matter, and this is the exception, of course, we should be striving to find some consensus, even if there are minority votes involved. So that's it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Heckman. Commissioner Suma?
I understand what Commissioner Heckman is saying. It is kind of if there's a feeling of incompleteness. That said, we do want to move this along for the applicant since council is the decider on this. So I think that's a good outcome.
Okay, that concludes this item. Before we move on to our third item of the night, let's take a 10-minute break and we will see you soon. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is a study session on the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update. So we'll be providing feedback on the draft proposed bicycle network and facilities, pedestrian district guidelines, and program and policy recommendations. So could we have the staff presentation, please?
Yes, hello, good evening, Planning and Transportation Commissioners. My name is Ozzie Arce, Senior Transportation Planner in the Office of Transportation. With me tonight, I have Sylvia Starlack, the Transportation Planning Manager, and Nick from Mobicon, the project consultant on this, along with Kittleson. I'll be brief. Nick will be providing the presentation for tonight, but there's no action tonight. It's simply a study session. We are at a key juncture in the bike and ped plan update. And this key juncture is presenting our recommendations to the public, including the updated bicycle network map, the facilities map, the projects and programs, and the pedestrian district guidelines. As you saw in your packet, there are several supplemental attachments as well that I encourage you all to review on your own time. Now, the purpose of today is to simply present the information and an overview and answer any initial questions and receive any initial feedback. But don't feel like you need to provide all of your comments today or have all your questions answered. You have until April 30th, along with the public, to review the material and provide feedback. And in addition to that, I am welcome to and happy to meet with any of you after and help answer some of your additional questions. So just trying to set the stage for the presentation and on the recommendations tonight. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. I'm really excited to share with you the progress and the recommendations on the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update. The purpose of today, he just shared the purpose of today's meeting to kind of share this information with you, let you get feedback on these early recommendations as we continue to go out to the public and share and get feedback from the public at large. This project has been going on for over a year at this point, starting in the early days of the end of last year of 23, with the introduction and visioning, learning about the vision, setting the tone for the project. What are the goals of this update as we seek to bring things into modern standards for our bicycle and pedestrian transportation system? We learned about existing conditions, doing analysis on the level of traffic stress, understanding potential performance measures to monitor our progress on this effort. And we're leading now into sharing our recommendations, our bicycle network, our bicycle facilities, and our pedestrian district and toolbox. We plan on having the plan finished for kind of the end of the year, and really excited to incorporate the feedback that we're learning from you here tonight, as well as from other engagement activities that we're conducting. The plan sets a high bar for a vision of a safe, sustainable, efficient, equitable, and enjoyable transportation system, really striving to hit a goal of serving people walking and biking of all ages and abilities. The objectives of our project are to be safe and inclusive, connected and accessible, community-led and cooperative, comfortable and enjoyable, integrated and collaborative. And this objective framework guides our work when it comes to performance measures, our plans, our programs, and is something that we keep in the back of our heads whenever we're making our recommendations for bicycle network changes and bicycle facilities. A lot of the material that we've provided you today revolves around the bicycle network and our updates proposed here. We want to share with you a little bit about how we kind of got to our recommendations and where we've landed. The project itself starts from the 2012 plan, which is the current plan that's in action today. That is the foundation of the plan, and we're trying to make adjustments to it as we update it. We've cross-referenced additional plans that have been done since then. So it includes projects that have been built, incorporated into the new network, analysis of safety from our high injury network, from other ongoing safety efforts, suggested walk and roll routes for access through neighborhoods, and other regional planning efforts from MTC and other efforts from the state, from Caltrans, to incorporate their efforts and their networks into our system as well. The proposal includes sort of two designations at this point. We have bikeways. These are street corridors, including trails that are enhanced to support bicycling. They connect to form the city's bikeway network and are intended to serve high volumes of bicycle traffic to provide direct, seamless, efficient travel across the city. We also have a proposal for bicycle-friendly zones. These are cohesive areas with concentrations of destinations and commercial activity and high levels of pedestrian activity. And we want to see these areas have investments across the whole zone in terms of bicycle-friendly amenities, things like adjusted signal timing, bike parking, and traffic calming. This is the proposal we have for our draft updated bike network. You see a interconnected network of these bikeways crossing our city. And you can see the two bicycle-friendly zones in the University Ave district and the Cal Ave district. We did make some changes from the 2012 plan. There's a few corridors added. You can see those in purple on the screen. As well as a few corridors removed in an effort to create more clarity in the network. Maybe one area where most notably some changes were done is in that University Avenue area district, where the bicycle-friendly zones have sort of taken over in terms of providing a high-quality biking experience in the area holistically. In this case, you can see maybe notable also is Alma Street removed from the network in favor of the parallel routes that exist on Bryant Street and Park as bike boulevards. In addition to just identifying the network of bikeways and streets that we are putting bikeways on, we do then identify what kinds of changes go onto these bikeways. So not all streets are the same. You'll notice on that we have some neighborhood streets, we have some busier streets. The plan identifies a series of different types of infrastructure to go onto those streets to create that safe, comfortable experience for users of all ages and abilities. We recommend a simplified set of facilities, including most foundationally, bike boulevards, bike lanes, sometimes with buffers, protected bike lanes, and shared use paths. So just some examples of what those look like. Bike boulevards, which are, Palo Alto is known as actually the origins of bicycle boulevards in the US, are streets that are designed to prioritize bicycles and pedestrians with features to reduce vehicle speeds and limit motor vehicle traffic volumes. Bicycle lanes are dedicated spaces painted and demarcated for bicycle use, separate from motor vehicle traffic. You need something like this to give people a place to ride that is safe when traffic volumes are higher and traffic speeds are higher. And then as you get into those busy streets, those really busy streets, we start getting into protected bike lanes. These are bike lanes that have a physically separated buffer from motor vehicle traffic. To some sort of vertical element. How they get built, what they look like, it depends on the level of investment, and there's examples examples here in Palo Alto actually of different levels of investment, but some sort of vertical element making you feel safer and more comfortable when riding next to heavy traffic. And of course, there's shared use paths, pathways that are separate from the road network, independent rights of way shared between people walking and people biking. We select what type of facility gets chosen based on the conditions of the traffic. There are national guidelines for how much traffic, what traffic volume you need to what traffic volume is comfortable with different facilities, as well as what traffic speed is comfortable with different facilities. And we use that to identify which streets should be bike boulevards, which streets should have bike lanes, maybe buffered bike lanes and protected bike lanes. And so we apply that to the network and you end up with this bicycle facilities map. Each color represents a different facility type, and those dotted lines represent changes to the network that we have today, so that those would become future investments in order to build out this proposed network. Big changes from 2012 here include embracing the large streets. So you'll notice big streets like San Antonio are included on this with separated bike lane facilities to create more comfortable conditions. The 2012 plan recommended just markings on the road, essentially leaving it as a busy traffic street. We also have increased comfort across the board with stricter application of those facility thresholds, trying to raise the bar of what is expected of our streets, raising the bar in terms of what is on a bicycle boulevard street, for example, to make sure that we have lower volumes and lower speeds. And the network also fills gaps and missing links, trying to kind of offer more door-to-door connections between facilities that exist today and new facilities proposed in the future. There's a series of project lists that come with this proposal, over 120 different projects of various different types, all the different facility types. They're organized by facility type. We also include a series of crossing projects, projects to make connections and crossings on the bike network more comfortable and safer, and 7 different studies and special projects, other projects that are not just infrastructure projects, but instead allow us to dig in either certain special topics or pursue other citywide initiatives. The plan is not just about the bicycle network, it is also focused on pedestrian interests. We have a section in the plan that is focused on pedestrian districts and a pedestrian toolbox. There are 5 different areas identified in the plan, 2 pedestrian districts, the University Ave District, the California Ave District, and 3 neighborhood commercial centers, which is the Embarcadero Neighborhood Commercial Center, Midtown District, and El Camino Real Neighborhood Commercial Center. For each of these different areas, we have a series of potential tools to be applied. This is a pedestrian toolbox that includes enhanced crossings, reconfigurations of streets, adjustments to signals, more aesthetic treatments and like decorative lighting, and other adjustments to things like major streets. This toolbox is pretty broad, and we've started off in each district recommending potential application of these tools, along with some special projects for each district to help enhance the pedestrian environment, safety, and comfort. The plan also goes beyond infrastructure, focusing on programs and policy recommendations. These are citywide initiatives that can affect how we do business, how we work with our partners in the neighborhood, in our community, and our other jurisdictional partners. We have programs that institutionalize safety in current city practices, elevating pedestrian and bicycle priorities, and introducing new programs for implementation. We've got programs that go beyond just those individual projects, focused on investments in our infrastructure across the city, looking at, for example, signal modifications or how we go about building infrastructure citywide. We have programs that build community, that work with businesses and involve neighbors in the work that we do. And we have efforts to make walking and biking more convenient, useful, and enjoyable. And then finally, we have a series of projects and programs that are focused on coordination across city departments and our other regional jurisdictions to offer more holistic solutions to our community. The project itself has gone through in phase 3 engagement, a series of meetings with the Pedestrian and Bicycle Committee. We will be meeting with the Parks and Recreation Commission. We are meeting tonight with you here on the Planning and Transportation Commission, and we're excited to have a community workshop in early April at Mitchell Park Community Center to discuss this plan in more detail with the public at large. And we have ongoing meetings and focus groups with other stakeholders as we bring this into the next round of work. Feedback is welcome through April 30th in this round of public engagement, and we're excited to hear more from the public and hear more from you as we refine this work and bring it into a final plan later this year. Thank you.
Any clarifying questions? I see one from Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. It was informative. As far as I'm concerned, this might be one of the maybe the most important issue in the city because it protects our kids. And I have 3 kids. The bikeways, our kids are guaranteed that's where they're going to be. So I have a clarifying question. In our feedback, how much imagination are we able to have on imagining new bikeways or connecting bikeways? How much feedback do you want, or you just kind of want feedback on what you presented us?
We definitely want feedback on any ideas you have, even some that are visionary. You know, last time we did this was in 2012, so it's not very often that we get to do this, and so this would be the opportunity to provide those recommendations. And it doesn't have to be in this moment, but in this process.
So the big idea, I'll throw a big idea out there, and then I'll be there April 2nd with maybe more ideas. Is there's 2 locations that to me are clear issues. One of them I think isn't really recognized, and that's the connection, the pathway along the railroad tracks from Palo Alto High School over to California Avenue. I don't know why that section's missing. I'm assuming it's probably there's a property line or something that's too close to the railroad tracks, but I'm pretty sure there's probably a way of getting a walkway and bypassing whichever property is in, preventing a walkway there. And the reason why this is important is the other day I walked to the end of California Avenue. I never walked to the end of the California Avenue. And I was standing there with my daughter going, why don't we ever walk down here? And she was standing in the middle of the street. She says, because it's a dead end. She's like, I'm lucky I don't just run over by a car right now. And there's a chain link fence and it's locked and it looks like there'd be a pathway going back towards Pali. So if there was a walkway down there, it would bring people down to that dead end of California Avenue where the train station is. And I'm there all the time. But from that location, it's just maybe people turn around there. And I think it would help with the businesses because a lot of the businesses on Cal Avenue that are down towards that end, they say they feel like they're forgotten because they're not within that kind of closed area. And they want to find a reason for people to walk down there. And if you walk down to the end of the street and it's not a dead end, you actually have an outlet where you can go. And then from the train station, if you go south, I'm always confused which way directions are in Palo Alto, but what seems like would be south. You go through the Caltrain station, you can go over Page Mill Road, and you can go, all the way to Mountain View if you want. And it's just that one section that's missing. So I think that's the big idea I have is to make those connections, to connect North Palo Alto with South Palo Alto with that one little piece that's missing. And then the other one I just want to reiterate is always the El Camino and California Avenue, which I just know it's because of, I think it's Caltrans and their traffic signals and the turn lane and things like that. It's just absolutely dangerous there. Car didn't clip my daughter, but she said it brushed against her. I've had cars like honk at me. I mean, I wait and I count to 3 before I walk out to that intersection every time. So anything you can do for that intersection on El Camino and Cal Ave. Thank you.
Commissioner Aiken.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page and that our expectations as commissioners and perhaps expectations of other people who are listening are correct. So what we have before us tonight is a conceptual plan. It's not a commitment that every project and program that's listed definitely will be executed. In fact, some of the projects actually say that explicitly. For example, we don't know whether we can support a full bikeway on Embarcadero until we complete the Embarcadero Road Corridor Study. So some of these things are still to be worked out. So is that a fair statement of what we're looking at tonight?
Yes, eventually, as a part of the draft plan, we will go through a prioritization exercise. I believe attachment E, the supplemental, includes the prioritization framework memo. So we will have a ranked list for the plan, but yes, at the project level, after the plan adoption is when we further analyze the feasibility of that project.
Great, thank you. Oh. Ms. Starlack.
Sorry, I just want to add one more thing. Part of the reason why we do bike plans is so that we can be eligible to apply for funding to study and, see if these projects are feasible. So that's why we throw a bunch of things in there to make them eligible to receive funding. Thanks.
Good point. Thank you.
Seeing no other clarifying questions from the commission, I wanted to go to public comment, but do we have any comment cards? And I don't see anybody online with their hands raised.
Correct. I don't have any cards and I don't see any raised hands.
Okay, then let's just open it up for broader commission, or how do we want to do this, folks? We want to just start by asking some questions first? First round of questions and then some comments? Comments and questions together. All right, we're doing comments and questions together. Go ahead, Commissioner Hackman.
Thank you, and thanks for the report and all the work. It's really exciting to, start to see this vision of a safer Palo Alto for our bicyclists and pedestrians. And honestly, I guess as my overview, it's kind of overwhelming to me. You all, I don't know how many hours you've had to spend, but the detail here is extraordinary, and every block counts, and you're studying all of them. So I commend you to that, but it also makes me feel like a little bit like, well, who am I to pick at that? Because I don't have even the focus on one block, much less the comprehensive view that you're required to take and look at it this citywide. So I'm really not going to have a lot of substantive comments, other than to encourage you to keep at it. I did have a couple of sort of help me understand this questions. And I'm looking at on packet page 116, it's the recommended bicycle facilities map.
And commissioners, we have that in color.
Yeah.
So might be easier version to look at.
Yeah, you'll need it in color because it's really hard to see it on what I'm going to ask in the black and white. And so there are a few instances of this, but let me take you to where Embarcadero crosses 101. And there are some paths that are two-tone. And so, for example, there's one that's going from Embarcadero up to the East Palo Alto border. And that one, it looks to me like it's blue on yellow or yellow on blue. And I think what that means is there's something there existing, but what's proposed is an upgrade where you have the two tones. Is that what that means?
Correct. Yeah, this map is trying to do a lot. On one sheet, there's sort of a solid line that exists, sort of a faded color usually. That is what is on the ground today.
Mm-hmm.
And then if there is a proposal for a change, it appears in a dotted line on top of that. So you can see both that street you're mentioning, that is a yellow line below it, is a shared roadway today. There's like a marking in the lane that says bicyclists should travel in the lane. And what it proposes is a bike lane. So would be a proposal for a designated space for bicyclists separate from the roadway. So it's meant to show that, yes, this is upgrading from what is a higher stress condition today to a lower stress condition in the future.
Okay, all right, thank you for that clarification. And then the only other question I noticed, I didn't see, we have two bike bridges in Palo Alto, right? Oregon Expressway area and near San Antonio. And I see those on the bike network update page, packet page 115. I don't see them on packet page 116. And I was wondering, is that just because they're existing, there's no change proposed to them, and so they're not showing up there, or should they show up there?
It does look like they should show up there, and they maybe are missing on that map.
All right. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Aiken? Vice Chair Aiken?
I thought I would wait for others to ask, but since we're not beating down the doors, I'll go through my list. And I have a fair number of comments. Yeah, the amount of material here is just massive. So it's difficult to absorb. I'm sure I didn't get it all, but it's great. And I think it's going to be widely supported when people understand what's here. So thank you. The project lists are tremendously helpful in translating the principles into the realities. So that's a good presentation tool. I really like the pedestrian district guidelines just as they are. They're really nicely done. So I'm going to concentrate most of my comments on the bike facilities, but please don't take that as having any dissatisfaction with the pedestrian district work. That's good stuff. So the context I always try and keep in mind for these transportation issues is that we're planning for population to increase substantially. And yet the best analyses we have today, like the housing element supplement for the comp plan EIR, suggest that VMT per capita is going to stay roughly the same. So that implies we're going to be dealing with a lot more vehicle volume. Both local origin, destination, and cut through. And what we're planning here means that a lot of that is going to have to be in mixed mode situations. So I'm trying to keep an eye on that all the time. And it worries me that developing a bicycle network in isolation, given that context, might be just as much a mistake as developing the vehicle network in isolation was. Particularly if we do something that might create new zones of conflict. So that's where I'm coming from. As an example, we've got protected and buffered bikeway proposals all over, including the big streets, as you noted. And some of those are going to require loss or narrowing of vehicle lanes and parking. So that means things are going to move around. And if we were discussing this as projects to be evaluated, then I would want to talk a lot more about modeling so we could see what the effects of those were going to be. But nevertheless, I can make one big ask about modeling when that comes up. Cumulative effects tend to drop below the level of significance when the analysis is done one project at a time. So I think as a resident, longtime resident, we all see that the negative effects are cumulative. So I'm hopeful that we can find a way to at least improve our understanding of what those effects might be. So the big ask is that when we do get to the point where we're modeling things, where we're modeling traffic flows for all modes, that we do it by area, not by project. So that if we can cover all of the projects that are likely to have significant effects in a given area at one time, then perhaps we can be a little more fiscally efficient, but more importantly, we can have a better sense of what the overall impact on traffic flows is going to be. I think if you chose to do that, that would require a change in the way that you've organized some of the projects. So that's the concrete impact on what you're proposing here, is that you might have to look at those and say, if I were going to have to model this, would I combine some sub-projects in order to create a single larger project that addressed that kind of issue? So that's the big ask. And just an observation, same kind of problem applies to street closures around schools. So that also needs to be area oriented. So my kids went to Addison. I live close to Middlefield, so I think about what the relationship is around Addison and Hayes. You don't want to do those two things separately. You want to consider them together somehow. And finally, my last comment has to do with some touchy language and the policy and program recommendations. So this is on packet page 146, which talks about decriminalizing walking and biking and walking and biking infractions. So I already hear a lot of complaints about cyclists violating the rules of the road. And I saw a guy on Middlefield bike full speed against the lights across Oregon the other day, which scared me to death. So I don't think we don't want to normalize that kind of behavior. And we want to have the option for enforcement from time to time. So I like the conceptual framework that's in the Safe Streets principles as a good way to express that. Responsibility is shared. Redundancy is crucial. Education is required. So I'd like to see that our policies are consistent with those principles. I think they're well stated. All right, that's all I've got on my list. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Suma.
Thank you. Thank you for all this work. Yeah, it's a ton of information. And though I'm a very brave and intrepid pedestrian, I do not ride a bike on the streets of Palo Alto. But I had a couple questions about the two maps. And one is, and thank you, Commissioner Heckman, for clarifying that. I was trying, but this map, I understand you putting an awful lot in here, but it's visually pretty hard to see some of the colors just on top of the dots. Some are easier, some have more difference in, they're more just, you know what I mean. So I think this map needs a little bit of work to make it easier to use. And then the green map, which is the bicycle network. I feel like if somebody was visiting Palo Alto and they had this map, they would interpret that to mean all these streets have some degree of bicycle path on them, which they don't. This is just all the big streets, basically. So I don't know if I don't know if other people would have that reaction, but I don't think you want somebody at this point, though we have high hopes for Embarcadero. I don't think you'd want somebody who was not familiar with Palo Alto to go there and think there was going to be some sort of safe bike lane there. So it is a network because it's the network of our arterial and collector streets, but not all of them have bike enhancements on them. So that was concerning to me. I also, I think that the project list should be more featured even though there's so much here, you want to make sure everybody takes a look at that, and not everybody's going to look at those attachments. And I agree with Commissioner Aiken that decriminalizing, there's certain things that we would want to decriminalize, like where leaving your bike part attached to something it's not supposed to be. But given the rise in personal mobility devices, especially the electric ones, I don't think we would want to decriminalize or disincent safety. And, you know, as much as vehicles are a horrible safety hazard for bikes and electric things are a safety hazard for people. And I would like to, well, they're a safety hazard for people using them too, because too many people use them without a helmet, which is kind of crazy considering how fast they can go. And I noticed there just seems to be an ever increasing zooming about of pretty young kids on very fast electric vehicles. And I don't know what we can do about that because it's an issue that their parents really are in control of, but it strikes me as a problem. I've also seen I've seen this group of kids a couple of times on El Camino on the weekends. It's like 9 to 11 kids on those kind of small maneuverable bikes, not electric, taking 2 lanes and weaving in and out of each other. And I would want to have a police officer stop them and talk to them to, you know, get them to not do that anymore because it's so dangerous. And so those are some of the things I was thinking, the maps, projects. And then there were just some areas that I know you may, I did have a question about the pedestrian zones of, and that is that 2 of them are on the network map. And there's 2 others that aren't, the Midtown Pedestrian District, and then the El Camino District, which is near El Camino Way. Are those not the same as pedestrian districts, or are they? And
as currently proposed here, they are slightly different. So
Okay.
the University Ave District and Cal Ave District are proposed as pedestrian districts and as what we're calling bicycle-friendly zones. And the other neighborhood commercial centers are pedestrian districts, but not on the bicycle-friendly zone map. So we do have a distinction there, but open to hearing, maybe it should be a little bit different.
so I wasn't sure about it. So I don't think I have a recommendation at this point, except for I think it's nice to have special features in those areas. I'm not sure why we wouldn't want to try to do that in Midtown and the El Camino Way. That street is a hot mess in terms of parking and bicycle safety. So I would want to really try. I also think it's really dangerous to ride your bike in downtown Palo Alto because the streets are very narrow and there's so many, I don't know. But I would maybe want to prioritize doing something on El Camino Way because I think we need to do something about that. And I'm sure you'll figure it out. I have no idea what to do there. And then I had a few other on maps, sort of little hot spots. And in as much as having enforcement of vehicle, especially running red lights, this is becoming an ever increasing problem. I mean, I really can't assume that anyone is going to stop at either El Camino, because I also live right near, and California Avenue or Cambridge and California Avenue. And I think there's a specific problem with the light at Cambridge for northbound, and the red light running is northbound. It is every week I see it. And since I live on the other side of El Camino, I often cross at both those places. I don't know if you can get any police presence there to just start ticketing. I mean, it's seriously every week. And eventually someone will get killed. I hope it's not anyone I know or me, but I don't think we want anyone killed there. And then, so I think some of these things I think you'll be aware of, and some of them you're probably already working on, but they're kind of hot spots that have had a lot of concern for residents. And one is, which we already talked to about tonight, which is the condo at 440, how do you say that street? Cesano? Cesano. I don't know why I can't get that straight. It's because I speak Italian, I think. I keep wanting to make a different C. Sorry. Cesano, I think you have already tried to deal with City of Mountain View because that bike lane that ends that, and all anybody really needs to do is remove the fence that's behind the hotel in Mountain View. And I don't know if there's any way we can pursue that. And because I think anytime we have these connections that are off of El Camino and a little bit safer, they're very desirable. So I don't know if you can pursue that. There's constant problem with the bridge that does go south there with it being too slippery when it's wet, which I think you're addressing right now with a study. There's the ever-present problem of the Ross Road traffic circle. And now I've heard, though I haven't been there, that it's recently become a four-way stop again. So we might want to consider removing the traffic circle then, or making it much smaller, a device in the middle of the street. I live right on a traffic circle at Cambridge and Yale in College Terrace, so I have a lot of, and I was on that, the traffic calming group that worked with the city, so I have a lot of familiarity with traffic circles since I have one right in front of my driveway, basically. And that traffic circle never worked at all, the one on Ross Road. I think it was too big. And so maybe we don't need it, and it has been terribly unpopular. And I would recommend considering that. I don't know if that's a possibility. And then when you're on the bike lane, but this is even a problem as a pedestrian, when you're coming up Park Boulevard and then you get to the Southgate neighborhood, the natural inclination is to continue right on, I think it's Madrono. No, on Mariposa. So it's the closest way to continue north. And then you end up at Mariposa and Churchill, and you can't cross there. It's so close to the tracks, it would be very dangerous to cross there. I think it behooves us, and I think actually I would like this along the whole Park Boulevard bicycle path, better signage, because it's not connected very clearly. But I think there at Mariposa, I've seen bikes crossing there and people crossing there as pedestrians just because they get there and they want to get to the other side, presumably to our lovely bike path, and they don't know exactly what to do. So I think a small sign at Mariposa and Park Boulevard right when you're entering Southgate, and one maybe at also at Churchill would be useful. And my last hot spot is we've had a lot of letters in the last year or so from people in the biking community who feel that the connections at the north end of Palo Alto, where Alma meets El Camino, and there's a park there, El Camino Park, that needs to be fixed. And I know that's a very complicated intersection, but maybe that's worth looking into if you're already not, because we've had a lot of letters or enough about that. And then finally, I would say we have some really great members of the public. We had a letter today from a member of the public, Mr. Joy, and he's a big bicyclist. I'm sure you all know him. He has very specific ideas. He's very devoted to this. So I'm sure you are planning on doing this. That's why you're having all the workshops, but really listen to those really experienced bikers in our community. So that's it for now.
Thank you. Now we've got Commissioner G and then Commissioner Peterson.
I just want to say, like everyone else, thank you so much for your work on this project. I myself am an avid biker. I grew up here in Palo Alto. I biked to school since I was in kindergarten up until today. So lots of experience both biking as a child, biking as an adult, also now driving around these neighborhoods. And I'm very, very, very excited about lots of the updates here. And I also have a lot of comments, so please bear with me. So first, I just actually want to ask some of the like definitional descriptions here. So what actually defines a bike boulevard?
We've been getting that question actually quite a bit in some of our conversations with folks. It's interesting, Palo Alto is the birthplace of the bike boulevard through Bryant Street back in 1982, I believe it was, sort of the late 70s ideas and early 80s implementation. Bicycle boulevards are a recognized bicycle facility by at the federal level in bicycle planning, and they are low speed, low volume streets, often local neighborhood streets that have been designed to be safe and quiet places where bicycling is prioritized. And that includes usually treatments, engineering treatments to make speeds slow, to bring speeds down around 20 miles an hour. That includes engineering treatments to limit traffic volume on these streets so that they cannot be used as cut-through routes. You see that on the Bryant Bike Boulevard. It includes treatments to make crossing streets easier and safer, crossing bigger, busy streets. And it usually involves treatments for wayfinding, identification. So you know you're on that street because you see a clear marking or a nice sign that helps you follow along.
And then can you compare that with a bike route?
So a bike route tends to be, like a bike boulevard, you're riding in the street, sharing it with cars, but bike routes have no such expectations in terms of speed and motor vehicle volumes.
So the reason I just ask this is just because I feel like everyone here can probably agree with what a bike lane is. And I just want to make sure for members of the public and also those on the commission about what these different definitions are, because you're looking at 7 different criteria. There's just a lot to process there. And then I'm just going to kind of start from the top and go down with some of my comments. So I know that you had mentioned embracing big streets as one of the top mentioned topics from your presentation. But for me personally, I'm looking at this bike network update, and I don't think I would strongly recommend never biking on a big street. And I don't think that's maybe just because I know what it formerly was. So for example, I know that we've recently repaved El Camino, but I still probably would never bike there because when I was a child biking there, it was very dangerous, right? And I think that for me personally, if possible, I would always avoid the large street. So for example, Park is only 3 blocks away from El Camino. I think 99 times out of 100, I would be taking Park instead of El Camino, given that they're parallel for the entire pathway through Palo Alto. And I also want to ask a clarification about some of the work here on packet page 116, the colored map, about Oregon Expressway. Is this Oregon Expressway or Oregon Avenue, the side pass-by street?
This is illustrating, you'll see on that map a dashed green line, that is Oregon Expressway. And that is included here as a project that the county is advancing and proposing. So we have included it here to include it in the overall network. There is a segment of the Oregon Avenue that farther on the east side that connects to the overcrossing. And so that is shown here as well as that extension to the overcrossing.
Thank you. I just kind of reiterate my original comment, which is personally, I would like to see more prioritization on smaller streets. I think it's just collectively, when people talk about separated bikeway, why not just separate them onto a completely different street? That's my personal preference on that. Especially there's a bunch of other considerations such as pollution. I have a friend who takes the bus on El Camino, and the 7-minute walk he does on El Camino back to his house, he'll wipe his face and it will be completely covered in grease. I have no interest in biking on such a busy motorway such as Oregon Expressway or El Camino. Next, and also I just want to mention that one of the topics that we are focusing on for bikers is comfort. And so again, I would like to see a separation of bikes onto other streets. Next, I want to talk about blockers for biking. So I live on a futurely proposed bike boulevard on Wilkie Way. And I want to talk a little bit about my lived experience biking on El Camino Way, as well as on Park and other places. And I think that there are great amenities right now. For example, are bike lanes on both the places I've mentioned. But there are also other blockages. So for example, with the removal of parking on El Camino Real, we've actually seen in the Ventura neighborhood that those RVs move into the neighborhood, specifically on Park. So if you are biking on Park, you think hypothetically that there is a bike lane, but there is an RV parked there 24/7. So the lived experience of a biker trying to bike on Park is weaving in and out of those RVs. And in addition, there accumulates a lot of other issues and kind of garbage around there because there isn't any street cleaning possible. The street cleaners can't be cleaning through those streets if the RVs aren't ever moving. So would love to see some work there. And in addition, on El Camino Way, I guess coming from El Camino Real towards Meadow, on the Los Robles side, there is a sign that says that it's only for commercial parking between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. As previous commissioners have mentioned, it is a completely parked, that whole area, and we see people illegally parking in the bike lane there as well, especially around times when kids come back from school. I find it incredibly dangerous. In fact, there are sometimes like 5 kids at a time biking in parallel that even go past the median. And so they'll go on to the oncoming traffic as well, which I am pretty worried about. I want to echo Commissioner Aiken's comment about the pedestrian toolbox. I think it's great. I'd love to see something concrete like that for bikes. I think previously you mentioned a couple minutes ago about the fact that bike boulevards don't have specific kind of amenities that we can provide, but why not let's make that formalized and take a look to see what does that actually mean? Does that mean, for example, speed bumps or slow streets or other bollards and modal filtering or any kind of context on that? Sorry, I just want to also mention that I do have a background a little bit in collision mapping and collision data. So I'm a little bit of have a little bit of expertise there as well. So pardon me if I use a little bit of terminology, and the commission can stop me if they have any questions about that. And then one of the other things I wanted to mention is around modal filtering, which is when you provide something like a bollard to prevent other types of vehicles. So I believe you mentioned previously that's what we have on Bryant. We have, like, part of the reason why I enjoy biking on Bryant is because cars don't like it. Because you'll go 2 blocks and then see a bollard, and then go another 2 blocks and see a bollard. And we see that pretty common on Park as well. And that's why I will use Park. But kind of like you mentioned, we don't want cars to go there. And from my experience, both living in the Ventura neighborhood as well as from my neighbors, there seem to be a lot of cars that are directed by ways to go on Park, especially from Meadow to Margarita. It's quite a bit of a stretch if you want to avoid the El Camino traffic that's been redirected. And so I'd like to see some additional modal filtering potentially there. I think that's a prime candidate. Specifically, one of my neighbors mentioned that Ventura Avenue is the widest of those streets there. So if like adding something to block for the other side streets in the Ventura neighborhood, I think adding modal filtering before there would be good as well. My next comment is regarding rail crossings. So looking at the map here, I believe there are significantly more rail crossings in North Palo Alto than South Palo Alto. Right now, there are no easy ways to cross the train tracks between Cal Ave and Meadow. And that's like it's really significant compared to the number of crossings you see in North Palo Alto at University, at Homer, at Embarcadero, Churchill, etc. So I know that I took a look into the project plan and saw that there are projects planned for South Palo Alto in the studies, but I'd like to see those prioritized. Specifically, one that my neighbors have mentioned is regarding a crossing at Loma Verde. I think that's a pretty prime candidate, given that it is a strong thoroughfare from both sides of the railroad track. I'll defer to staff on potentially other places as well for crossings there. I also want to talk about some of the modeling that is done on where the network should be expanded. It looks like South Palo Alto, based on our housing element, will be expanding significant population. I'd like to have that considered when looking into the modeling for each of these different projects. And then, as Commissioner Sumo already mentioned, I use that Wilkie Bridge because I live on Wilkie, and I'm excited for the work that staff is doing there. since I also live on a potential bike boulevard, and I've been hearing a lot of the concerns about some of the projects on Ross, I encourage working with specific neighbors in the neighborhood, not just having general community days, but say, hey, if I'm going to do something to, let's say, Park Boulevard, getting people or working directly in the neighborhood, I think could be something helpful, as opposed to come on April 2nd and all of Palo Alto will come to talk about every project possible. I think having some specialized discussions for specific neighborhoods, as Commissioner Aiken mentioned, having these kind of areas, I think formalizing that could be really nice. And then having group sessions around those areas would be really nice. I also want to talk a little bit about wayfinding for Park Boulevard. I think that I actually do see a lot of bikers end up continuing on Park past the McLean, like the turn that goes onto Wilkie. And then when they get to the, like, Park and Meadow is actually okay. There is a bollard crossing there. But when you get to Charleston, a lot of people get really confused about where to go from there. And suppose you cross there, then you are extremely confused about where you will continue on to because you can't find the bridge there. Lastly, I also just want to say that I've seen a significant increase in very fast e-bikes, e-scooters, etc. And that's something that I'm not sure what we should be doing about that, but I just say that I see a lot breezing right through the stop sign at Meadow and Wilkie, which is really close to where I live. Yeah, and then and I guess like finally, I just want to mention some other topics about the Barron Park neighborhood. I know it's notoriously really difficult, and they would like to keep kind of a rural aesthetic, but that is a little bit hard to bike through. I used to take El Camino Way, Los Robles. I know there have been significant improvements since when I tried to bike there in high school. The bike lane was about half a bike lane, and then the other half was a dirt path. Very not conducive for biking. And if that's something that we want to prioritize through Safe Routes to School, I would really look into cleaning up Los Robles, Maybell, and El Camino Way, as when I was individually a biker, it was very dangerous. Thank you.
Commissioner Peterson.
Thank you, Chair. So back to the idea on California Avenue and a bike path along the railroad tracks. I took the time to pull this open and take a look. Between Pierce Park and California Avenue, it looks like the property lines have space for a walkway. There's one property there that's maybe problematic, but that would make a beautiful walk from the end of California Avenue to loop back around to Pierce Park as a closed loop. And the current pathway that's on here, which I agree is, down Park Boulevard. Park Boulevard is essentially a bike highway if anyone walks down there. In the morning, I don't know, I mean, it literally is a highway of people coming from Mountain View. But it's not necessarily all that nice for walking on, where that walk from the end of California Avenue. And I saw in the plan here, 2.2 on page 134, it does have Cal Ave section D, which talks about the underpass. So it's within a district that's already being planned. So I would suggest expanding that district further than just Park Ave and taking it all the way to the Caltrain station and the railroad track, so that you're getting a more complete view of the pedestrian district. And then, Park Avenue is, it basically you're showing it ending here, where Park Avenue does facilitate the bikes. But again, if you're walking, and a lot of bikes do take the parking lot. I don't know if the legalities of or the safety of going through parking lots, but that parking lot is pretty safe. There's not a lot of traffic in there. A lot of people do cut through that parking lot across. I'm not sure what the name of that street is. Let's see. It is. Give me 1 second here. Is it Boulevard Road again? It's across Oregon Expressway, Page Mill Road. There we go. I'm not sure. It's called Page Mill Road. There's a small segment of Page Mill Road that's just essentially abandoned in some ways between Sheridan and, okay, it's the end of Page Mill Road where Oregon tips off. Anyways, if you're walking, it's easier to walk through the parking lot of the Caltrain, over Oregon Expressway, over what's essentially almost like an abandoned bridge. I think a bus goes through there every once in a while. You got to watch yourself. And then cross around behind Page Mill, and there's now housing there that didn't used to be a lot of housing. And so you get a huge mass of people coming from those housing units over the old Page Mill Road Bridge to the Caltrain station, but it's not a walkway. I mean, everyone just walks in the middle of the road and just watches out for the bus that comes by every once in a while. And then from there, you're back on Park. So it really is, that's the missing link between North Palo Alto and South Palo Alto. And once you have that piece, you can, I mean, I like doing that walk. It's my mountain view from San Antonio Road. I get something to eat, usually at the restaurant on the corner, all the way over the bridge into San Mateo and back. So that's my big idea is connect the two sides of town. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'm so glad that we have Commissioner Peterson and Commissioner G because they clearly were good picks in terms of the knowledge that they have. So my big picture comment is, so like everybody else says, this is fantastic. Hooray, yay, really great. Then the other side of that though is that, and I mentioned this in pre-meeting, it's that I feel like sitting here in the commission, the left hand often doesn't talk to the right. So we are the Planning and Transportation Commission. And yet I see project after project after project that does things without thinking about the impacts on our pedestrian and bike and traffic. And so this is aspirational. And I think one of the big things is thinking about how to have a closer partnership between PDS and Office of Transportation. Because right now, as far as I can tell, we have planners who are looking at applications and making decisions and sort of giving applicants an indication that, oh yeah, that should be fine. But then we get here to the Planning Commission and some of us here are saying, wait, maybe that's not fine because we're thinking about things like special setbacks and why that special setback exists. In fact, we're going to hear something next month, I think, where there's a conversation about a special setback on a high injury network at a really busy intersection with lots of elderly folks right around that. And so I love the pedestrian toolbox, but in order to make sure that we can actually do those things, we probably need to preserve some of those special setbacks or, how the exits of parking structures may come out onto bike boulevards. And so one of the biggest things that I think would be a fantastic addition to this plan would be guidelines for development relative to bike ped safety. So it's like if there were a checklist, sort of like the things that you should look at and like why. And so I was overjoyed when I saw on packet page 140, the El Camino Real Neighborhood Commercial Center, like hooray, because I have been saying probably at 6 different Planning Commission meetings, like we cannot ignore this. We need to have more retail nodes. We need to plan for this. But what's happening right now is we're having housing development after housing development after housing development come up. And we recently saw a presentation of retail nodes that was rather paltry compared to the full length that's the aspiration here on packet page 140. And I think 140 actually reflects the reality of what is there. And so I think we actually had a motion that we as the PTC should take a look at this. But there's a like where the rubber meets the road, we're having a massive issue, I think. And so anything that you guys can do to encourage your director and the PDS director to be like little twins and let's talk about this, because we saw, like I said, it was just a few weeks ago where we saw a map of El Camino that didn't look anything like this. And if that's what we want, like the ship is sailing. It's leaving the docks right now. So that's really important. My other question is, can you talk more about the shift towards arterials? And what's driving that? Because my confusion around it is, having heard Ms. Starlack's presentation on Safe Streets for All and the desire to remove kinetic energy from situations, like the arterials are where we have the most cars moving the fastest. And yes, I know that if it's separated is better and maybe completely removes the problem, but please talk to us more about that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So when trying to design a bikeway network, we highly prioritize directness as a core principle of trying to build a network that gets people where they're going, does it effectively, and gives people an option that can hopefully be, in some forms, competitive with driving, the other options that are there available to you today. So routes that are circuitous, that jog around a lot, are at a disadvantage when it comes to directness compared to a big street. That's also the location of where the destinations are, where people are actually trying to go often. If it's not in your neighborhood, and there are lots of great neighborhood destinations, but a lot of the commercial destinations and more where people are starting to live in these new buildings are on these bigger and busier streets. So I think it's important to at least consider them when it comes to doing a bike network plan. And then I think maybe more relevant here is that the 2012 already includes them, but the 2012 plan doesn't actually plan for them. It has a concept in there it's like an enhanced shared roadway. It is a shared lane marking, a little bike stencil put in the travel lane with cars. And so we today kind of recognize that that was not the solution. Back in 2012, it was an idea, and it was not really getting us where we needed to be. The solution on streets like that are things that look and feel much more like paths that are separated from the roadway, that have a curb or some sort of physical separation. And so yes, to manage that kinetic energy, no longer are we mixing the fragile human on a bike in the same lane as the big fast car. We're separating them. We're putting in a barrier between them. So that's sort of the philosophy here that says, yes, we can make those streets safer and more comfortable, and we would do that with a protected bike lane.
Yeah, so that all makes sense. I think it's interesting that Alma's been removed when there's like residences all the way along it and all these neighborhoods that funnel essentially straight into it. But then Oregon is there, and Oregon's like a death trap. It's a death trap for cars right now. There's a little shrine right now under the underpass because somebody died there. I'm wondering actually how people got the flowers to that spot, because that seems like a really dangerous activity. And there's all sorts of constraints there. And I know that it's a county road, but that just seems extraordinarily misguided. And I have to say it here because when there's anything that happens on Oregon, we see 280 and 101, and 280. I mean, it's way down there, but 280 and 101 get backed up in both directions. And so, that's one of those places where I'd take the bikes off there completely, because it's going to create a county traffic problem if it's not done correctly. And maybe the county has some amazing vision that I can't see. But there are, there's that area under the train tracks to deal with. Embarcadero might be a little bit more doable. But that I think Oregon is just possibly insanity, and I just can't see it. Then I have a couple more specific kind of notes. I agree, modal filtering. I think that Mr. Joy, who had a comment, who submitted a really detailed email, had some really great points. I think everybody but the cars loves modal filtering, but then that's fine for certain streets. The residents like it too. So residents in cars, like it. And then I did want to further emphasize the point that Commissioner G made about bike ped crossings for trains in South Palo Alto, like between California and East Meadow. So I just feel like it's this neglected section of the city. We have tons of housing coming in along El Camino. We're just going to need more of that. It's a problem today. And in terms of indirect routes, like I'd way rather see some help there with a crossing than Oregon, and it'll make a much more direct route. Let's see.
Just to address one of your latest comment about the southern railroad crossings, is there is another active project happening right now, sort of in conjunction, parallel to this effort.
That's great.
And we'll be actually examining that with the public meeting on April 2nd. So
Oh, good. Where is that one? Just for our.
Where's the meeting?
No. Where's that slated for, the crossing?
It's to be determined. That's the feasibility study, but it's up to 2.
Yeah, yay, hooray, we need it. And then ditto on the decriminalization of ped bike behavior, like they should stop at stop signs. And all of that really needs to be done in conjunction with what do we do with electrified personal mobility devices? And maybe they don't count. Maybe they're classified as like motorcycles instead. And I think that's it for me. Does anybody else have anything else? Yes, Commissioner Aiken. Vice Chair Aiken.
I'll answer to either.
and then Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, this is an easy one. One of the points made by Mr. Joy in his letter was a concern about why isn't San Antonio a pedestrian district? And I presume that the reason is that we already are making a coordinated area plan down there. But I just wanted to make sure that that point was understood. Okay, thanks.
So I had studying these maps, I had a question about Matadero Creek, which is shown on both the bike network update and the facilities map as a bikeway. And I suspect what that's talking about, so that creek in this run has service roads on both sides, right? And I don't think either of them is open for biking now, right? But what we're contemplating is biking probably on one side. And it looks like the plan is to actually run it under the freeway, right? Where you can kind of walk from the Bayside, and I have, because I bike over there a lot, you can kind of walk under it. It's kind of a place where a troll might live, you know, if the light's just right. It's a little spooky, but is that the concept? Is there would be an undercrossing for bikes that would, you know, somehow come up and meet the Bayside pathways?
Yeah, that's the idea. It's something that residents have wanted us to look at for a very long time. We've made some initial contacts with Valley Water about whether or not we can do that, but we need to study that further.
Yeah, well, that'd be great. You know, kind of a midtown crossing, right, with the two overcrossings, just like before we had the San Antonio overcrossing. I can't remember who it was named after, but we had the undercrossing that was open except during high water times, you know, over in the middle of winter. So I think that'd be terrific. I'm really happy to see it here. Thanks again for your work.
Okay. I think we're.
I just want to say one last thing.
Okay, sorry. Yes,
sorry.
Commissioner G.
I forgot to mention one thing in my very, very long list of things that I've previously talked about. One thing that that I've seen very successfully in San Francisco is their slow streets, where they have the really, what I believe is hopefully relatively cheap plastic signs that are on opposite sides so that the traffic slows significantly. I think that that's something to look into also because it's really easy to do a study on. You can just put some pieces of plastic, see how the traffic is, come back to it. And this can be kind of a beta test for modal filtering as well, just to kind of see what the impacts are of that. And that's something that I personally don't mind as a driver in SF, and also my friends who live near there also believe that the streets are significantly slower. And so I'd love to see something like that as well here in the hopefully cool bike toolbox that will replicate similar success as the pedestrian one. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other lights, so I think we might be done. Anybody, like, last call? Okay, so that concludes this item. Did you guys get what you needed from us?
Yes, thank you. And please help us spread the word about the community workshop, and we'll follow up with more information.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we've got to approve some minutes. They are December 17th and January 15th. Both dates have draft summary and verbatim minutes. Anybody want to make motions, or is there any discussion about these minutes?
I'll move approval of the December 17th summary and verbatim as revised.
Second.
Okay, I think we have to have abstentions, so we need to do the roll call, or sorry, take the vote.
You could say all in favor, all opposed, and then all abstaining, or that they could individually.
Okay.
You've got choices as to how you want to
Great.
proceed with the vote.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And any abstentions? I think you have to.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the record, we've got Commissioner Peterson and Commissioner G abstaining from the vote.
I will move approval of the summary and verbatim minutes of January 15th as revised.
Second. Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And abstentions?
Aye.
Okay, let the record show that Commissioner Peterson and Commissioners Peterson and G have abstained, so that passes 4-0-2, just like the other one. Okay. So our final agenda item is commissioner questions, comments, announcements, or future meetings and agendas. Commissioner Sumit.
I just want to officially welcome Commissioner G to the commission. I concur with our chair that we have two great new additions, so it's exciting.
Okay, that's it. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.